Evening, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. And yet again, I always keep getting notifications we're going live for some reason. I don't know why, but hey. Welcome to another live stream. It's me, Pete Playtendoguy, and as always, I'm joined by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hi, everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi, guys.
And tonight we're joined by a very special guest. We're joined by Bumpers Movies. Thanks for joining, mate.
Evening all right. Thanks for having me.
I hope you're doing well. It's been a while since you've been on the stream, hasn't it? I think it's been like start of the year time.
Yeah, I think it's about March time, but time just flies by, doesn't there? So much going on with the channel and just whatever else with the movie stuff, you know?
Yeah, it's amazing how the year's flown. But it's great to get you back on the stream.
Yeah, for sure. I've been looking forward to it. Yeah, thanks for having me. Cheers.
Yeah. Before we get into the comment section, as always, I ask, what are some of the films that you watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. So at the weekend, I watched all the Halloween movies on 4K from John Carpenter's one to Halloween Resurrection. I actually had a good time with all of them, to be honest. I think the 4Ks on every one of them looks amazing. On Friday, I watched both of these.
Ooh.
Yeah, so much fun, really entertaining, delivered on the go. I was quite lucky to get a copy of that off eBay because it was going for silly money, and there was a guy selling a couple of them for like 26 quid, so I just picked one up. Didn't mind paying that extra 6 quid, but yeah, really had a good time with those two films.
Very good. The Halloween ones, did you get the 4K big box set with the 3 films in that recently released?
Yeah, but I've kind of just tossed that box to the side, and I've just put all 8 of them together. They just look
yeah,
because
really nice. You get the slip covers with them as well, and
yeah,
the box
you get
is
the
a
hard
bit
boxes
flimsy.
with all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Terrifier, you enjoyed both the films? I've heard they're pretty full on.
Yeah, I was a big fan of both of them. Yeah,
Oh.
Particularly the second one. That bedroom sequence was crazy, but yeah, I had good fun with it. Yeah,
I think I know what you mean by the bedroom sequence. Wow.
Yeah.
It's like 2.5 hours long, isn't it? I'm surprised at the length of that.
It didn't really feel 2.5 hours watching it. It just went by so quick. But I just had a blast with both of them.
I'll have to give them a go. I keep hearing good things about them, but I've heard that they're really gory. But
that Art the Clown, he's a scary fucker.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I've heard they're doing a third one now, apparently, because this one's been so successful. A third one's
I don't blame
into production.
Yeah, I don't blame them because they're a lot of fun, those films.
It's been a very good year for horror, must be, with Terrifier 2 and Smile and Barbarian. It's been very good.
Yep, I've every horror film I've seen this year I've liked, and that includes Halloween Ends. To be honest, yeah,
it wasn't too bad. What about you, Mike? What you've watched over the past week?
So I haven't really watched like anything new or like any first time watches. I picked up that Austin Powers box set the other week, so I watched. I went through those movies the last few nights, and yeah, I just love those movies. They're so silly, but they're just so fun. And yeah, other than that, it's just a lot of like rewatches. I picked up Psycho on 4K, and I watched that at the weekend, and that looks absolutely stunning on 4K, like the black and white. Just it looks amazing. But yeah, other than that, not really anything else.
No, good selection nevertheless. I've heard Psycho looks amazing in 4K. It's amazing how a black and white film can look so good.
Yeah, it does look really nice. Yeah. If you're a fan of the movie, I'd definitely recommend it.
Oh, I've only got the DVD, so that'd be a nice little upgrade, I think. What was I going to say? The Austin Powers set, so you picked it up. Which one's your favourite out of the trilogy, or do you like them all equally?
It would be between the first two. I think the third one is definitely the weakest for me, but yeah, I love them all. I mean, they're all very similar movies at the end of the day. So yeah, I can take all 3 of them.
They're very entertaining, and it is a really nice box set, I think.
Yeah.
And what about you, Bumper? What have you been watching over the past week?
I grabbed this DVD from HMV. I wouldn't usually buy DVDs. Paid like over 10 quid for it as well, but it's a BBC release, Ghost Stories. I don't know if you've seen this. I talked about another set that's coming out soon on Blu-ray where they used to do these traditional ghost stories every Christmas Eve in the 70s, but they like brought it back in the noughties, and this is the 4 they done. I think one's from 2003, and then there's a bit of a jump to like 2017, then it stopped for COVID, and it's like 2019, 2020. They're all off about a half hour, but they're just 4 shorts on the BBC. They're really good. Like they got like Pete Capaldi in them and other actors and whatever, so they're really good. So yeah, I watched that, like some old school traditional Christmas watching. I went to the cinema to see Wakanda Forever, but I don't know if I'm the right person to comment on it, but I didn't enjoy it at all, really. I don't know, there's just The Rock continues for me with Marvel. It's just too much story and not enough decent action and characters to get behind who you like to watch and whatever. So yeah, I've seen that, and a bit like Mike, I've just been watching some films I've already seen, reruns, some streaming movies like Prey I watched again, and Hellraiser I watched to form a second opinion, which I thought was better on a second opinion actually, because I got some bootlegs. I did. Sorry, if there's a bit of background noise. I got some bootlegs of Etsy, so I checked out Hellraiser, Prey. Yeah, they're pretty good. I got to be honest, on the second time watching. It makes all the difference having a physical copy and being able to watch it on the big TV with the sound system and everything, to stream it in the living room, and I'm dozing off when it's late at night because I'm so comfy on the sofa, you know. So
oh, that's good. It's a shame that Prey and Hellraiser never got a physical release because of Disney and all this streaming rubbish. But I haven't seen Hellraiser yet, but I do enjoy the original trilogy, so I'll have to give that one a watch. It's like 2 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, bang on 2 hours, I think it was the running time. But that's fine for a running time these days. You know, just average Joe in it, 2 hours these days.
Yeah. So Black Panther Forever, you wasn't the biggest fan of. Have you seen the previous? Did you see what was it called now? Oh, Thor: Love and Thunder and Doctor Strange this year. Yeah,
my son makes me go to the cinema to see them all. I was there for opening day for Wakanda Forever. They must think I love him in the local cinema. Like I just hear from my son, honest. But no, not really. I don't know if you've seen Wakanda Forever. I wouldn't want to spoil it for anyone, but like, you know, the bad guys, they're sort of like, it's like, I don't know if I was watching Avatar 2 or Aquaman or I don't know, he had like these little wings on his ankles and all. I just could not get with it at all. I love the cast, you know, Letitia Wright, awesome. Dana Gurry, who's Michonne in The Walking Dead. Lupita Nyong'o, she's one of my favorite actresses working today, but I don't know, man. Yeah, some of it felt like Attack of the Clones, which is not a compliment. Not a compliment in the slightest.
Oh wow, I have heard the comparisons to Avatar. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm not in a rush to see it. But that Ghost Story DVD, that looks very interesting. I can remember they brought it back a few years ago on Christmas Eve with Peter Capaldi.
Yeah, some good special effects in it. There's Pete Capaldi one, the last scene, it'll stick in your head with one of those, like, you know, weird images. Yeah, they're pretty decent. I enjoy them. They're comfort watching, you know.
Oh, sounds good. For me, I ain't watched too much over the week. I watched something called Deep Rising. I thought it was Deepwater Horizon, but I accidentally watched Deep Rising, and so glad I did. It was really entertaining. I didn't really know what it was, but it was like a really fun sort of monster film with a really good cast as well. Yeah, the CGI is a bit ho-hum, but very entertaining film. I watched Le Mans 66. Don't have an interest really much in racing at all, but I thought it was a very good sort of drama with some great cast there. Also watched Nope last night. Really enjoyed it. I thought it was much better than Us. Some great effects there. And I've also been going through the Peacemaker TV series. I've only got about 2 episodes left of that and really thoroughly enjoying it. I think it's way better than most of the Marvel TV shows. There seems to be much more going on in an episode. I noticed with like stuff like The Winter Soldier, I was nearly falling asleep. Nothing happens. But this one, very entertaining, great dialogue and a lot of action. So, yeah. Before we get into the comment sections, Bumpers, it's been a little while since you've been on the stream. Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
I just want to correct myself quickly, because when I was talking about Wakanda Forever, I meant Phantom Menace, not Attack of the Clones, with the underwater scenes. But my kids doing my head and confusing me. I meant the Naboo. Yeah, which I said is not a compliment. Yeah, my channel's just the usual Bumpers movies, just unboxings, um, horror videos, just filming on location in HMV and stuff. Just the usual, the odd review and stuff, and things like that. But yeah, I'm doing a series as well at the moment with Trevor from Double Bill Movies, based on the Video Nasties. So they're coming out frequently. It's like a serial show we're doing. So yeah, that's about it, really. Like I said, just the usual stuff.
Oh, fantastic lineup of content there, mate. You've got a brilliant channel, and if you haven't subscribed to Bump already, his link is in the description down below, so go and give him a sub, as is Andy and Mike. So without further ado, let's get into the comments. Got quite a few here. Right, we have comments have gone weird again. We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, "Hey fellas, what's going on? Happy Wednesday and another weekly stream." Hey Mike, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey Mike.
Mike.
We've got Edward here saying, "Evening everyone, hope everyone's doing well." Who picked up Nope this week? I watched it, but I haven't picked it up yet, but I may do. Andy, I think you've got yours there ready at hand.
Okay. Yeah.
Ah, very nice. You
Still
didn't get the
yet to watch it
HMV
on 4K.
one? Pardon?
Still yet to watch it on 4K. I saw it at the cinema, but yeah, I just got the standard release. Yeah.
Oh, good. I know there was that HMV one, wasn't there, with like the art cards, but there wasn't really much extra for the £5.
No.
Did you pick it up, Mike?
No, I'll probably wait. I'm not in a rush to rewatch it. I think, as I said earlier, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I did like it, but I just wasn't the biggest fan of it. So I'll probably get it when it's a bit cheaper.
I don't blame you. And what about you, Bumper?
Yeah, I loved it. I did, but I kind of overindulged when it first came out. I saw it twice in the cinema because I like to do that with films by Jordan Peele. I like to unpack them. I like to sort of watch it once and then kind of get my head around it and then watch it again pretty soon after, and yeah, and I really enjoyed it. But yeah, I'm not in a mad rush to watch it again now because it might sound silly to some, but the next time I watch it, I'll probably watch it quite close thing again, just the sort of it's layered in it, and it's full of Easter eggs. And I like to go on YouTube and read like fan theories and then go back and watch it, So it's that sort of movie for me. So I will get it, but be like Mike, I know no mad rush, but yeah, I'll definitely get it at some point.
Sounds good. Yeah, I watched it yesterday. Probably not in the best quality, but I will probably pick up on Blu-ray or 4K later on. Hopefully, it'll go in the HMV, probably 2 for $30 or 2 for $20 on Blu-ray in the next few weeks. So yeah,
Thor: Love and Thunder's already in that offer, so I imagine Nope won't be long till it's in the 2 for $30. You may as well hang on these days. It's like that, isn't it? It don't take long at all.
Yeah, a lot of them haven't been out for too long, but like with Thor: Love and Thunder, I can wait for it 2 for £2 because I absolutely hate that film.
I know, but if you're a collector, you know what I mean. You should get a reasonable price for what you get, I suppose.
Sorry, I was about to sneeze. It's gonna come, but oh dear, it's not coming out. We've got Mac tonight saying, "Evening guys," and hello Bumper. Hey mate, thanks for joining. We've got Mike here saying, "I watched Fallen for Christmas yesterday, Lindsay Lohan Netflix movie, and thought it was okay. What's your favourite Lindsay Lohan movie, and what's the first Christmas movie you're watching this year?" Oh, I keep seeing this poster for Lindsay Lohan Netflix film. Didn't really know what it was. I might have to check it out. What about you, Andy? Lindsay Lohan films, and what Christmas film you're going to watch this year first?
Yeah, is she in that? She's in one of the Machete movies, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. I think she's in the first one, isn't she?
Is it the first one?
I think so.
I can't remember which one it is. But yeah, I enjoyed that. Mean Girls that's a great movie. I love that film. But first Christmas movie, I don't know. I picked up A Christmas Story in 4K, so I might watch that first. I really I love that film. I mean, I mentioned that film to people at work because we had this conversation about Christmas movies, and none of them had ever heard of it. They looked at me like as if I had two heads. They were just like, never heard of A Christmas Story. I was like, you've got to check it out. It's great. But,
that's the one that's getting a sequel this year, isn't it?
Yeah. I think there was a sequel like years ago. I think it was like a direct TV one. But I think it's like getting an official one.
Oh, that's
maybe
good.
this year. I don't know, but yeah, I'll probably watch that for the first time on 4K. Yeah.
I've never seen that one before. That's the kid with the glasses and the blonde hair. Is it set during World War II or something?
No, it's just this kid wants a BB gun for Christmas, and everyone keeps telling him no, you can't have it. That's pretty much the movie.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I'll have to give it a watch. I keep hearing so many
It's really
people
good.
talk about it, but it's quite
really good.
underrated, I think.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
Awesome. What about you, Mike?
So yeah, Lindsay Lohan. She's not exactly one of my like go-to actresses, but I do enjoy Mean Girls. To be honest, I remember the first time I saw it. I can't remember where it was, but I think like I was reluctantly made to watch it, and I thought this is going to be terrible, but I actually like really enjoyed it. It's actually a pretty good movie. So yeah, I just have to say Mean Girls. And first Christmas movie I'll watch. I'm not too sure. It'll probably be something like Home Alone or National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It'll probably be one of those two.
I'm good. Might have to pick up that Lampoon's film. Never seen it before, and that's one that I watched the trailer for, and it just looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is fun. Yeah.
It's one of the few that I haven't seen over Christmas. What about you, Bumper?
Oh God, Lindsay Lohan. I do like Mean Girls, mine, because apart from like horror, I do like that sort of rebellious American acid tongue type of quality. I think, I know it sounds a bit silly, but if I was ever like a script writer, that would be the sort of style I'd have. I just the way they come out with some of the stuff, like in some of those films, is just it's terrible. It's hilarious at the same time. She did do a horror film, didn't she, when she was sort of trying to prove that she could make a stepper from Disney comedies like Herbie and Freaky Friday. She made this horror film. I can't think what it's called, but she like plays two roles, and like it's like a psycho kinesis type movie where she's like linked in with a twin sister, and it's supposed to be arty, but it just falls flat. It probably won like 10 Razzies a year it came out, and it didn't do her career any good. But I can't for the life of me think what it's called. If you have a look at the discography and have a look for a horror film she done, it's just hilarious. I have seen that. But yeah, I suppose Mean Girls is her best work out of a bad bunch, I suppose. Christmas movie, Home Alone, already watched it, but I got to be honest, I've never seen that Christmas Story either, because the kid always reminds me of Kevin McAllister on the cover, like with his glasses on and his blonde hair. Like, but I couldn't have told you the synopsis of that film until Andy said. But yeah, so I might check that one out this year, because there's always one every year, no matter how many you watch on repeat. There's always that one that you haven't seen. So yeah, I might check that one out. I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes.
That sounds good. What's that film you're thinking of called The Canyons with Lindsay Lohan?
No, it's something like She Is Not Me, or it's got like a weird title, like an arty title.
Oh, right. I've just had to Google what she's done, because I honestly haven't got a clue what she's done.
Must have been in the mid-noughties. I remember seeing it like...
Is it called... Is it I Know You... Isn't it something like I Know You Killed Me or something?
I know Who Killed Me.
That's the one now.
That's
it.
2007.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the tomato score is on that. It can't be high because it was dreadful, but
9%.
Like I said, this was supposed to be the movie that showed she had acting chops, not just good looks, but yeah, it never worked out, unfortunately. But
3.6 on IMDb.
Oh, mate, honestly, I didn't see it. You're probably never going to watch it. Like, the twist is, like you say, like, you don't realize she got a twin sister, and she's like, it's just a mind screw, but not in a good way.
Sounds like a bad sequel to The Parent Trap.
Yeah. But my wife was watching that Falling for Christmas as well. It's on Netflix. She watched it Saturday afternoon, but I don't know. She said it was good, but then she would sort of thing, It's just like a Hallmark movie. I certainly wouldn't be searching it out.
Yeah. When it comes to Christmas movies, I think I have more temperament to watch bad films, so I may give it a go. It sounds like one of those films that's just bombards Channel 5 from September onwards.
No, mate. No doubt.
But for Lindsay Lohan and films, not many films come to mind. She's not exactly somebody I think of when I want to watch a film. But I'll probably say Mean Girls or Herbie Fully Loaded. But I did enjoy Freaky Friday. That's the one with Jamie Lee Curtis. That was pretty good. And I didn't mind Parent Trap. I thought Parent Trap was really good. As for Christmas films, first Christmas film to watch this year, ooh, I don't know, probably Home Alone or Muppets Christmas Carol, or something that's on Disney Plus, I should think. I see they put the Santa Claus movie TV series out, so I may give that a watch as I like the films.
Yeah, it'd probably be worth it. Probably check those out as well with my kids.
Hopefully Disney hasn't ruined that like they did Home Alone last year.
Yeah, no. But I couldn't resist Home Alone. I was working from home the other day. I thought, it's time to put it on. Never too early for Home Alone.
I love the sequel. The sequel's brilliant.
Oh, yeah, they're both great.
Yeah. The viewer Drew says, hey, what's up? Hey, Drew, hope you're doing well, mate. We've got Rogue here saying, hi, I've officially finished watching all my John Waters Criterions. That's great to hear, Rogue. Which is your favourite? Is it Pink Flamingos? We've got Coral here saying, hello, everyone. Hope you're all well. Hey, Coral, hope you're doing well, mate. Great live stream you did the other night. We've got Sin Jin here saying, hi, everyone. Hey, Sin, thanks for joining. We have Rogue Review saying, late tender guy, where are you? We had a few technical issues, mate. No worries there. We've got Mac tonight saying, what do you guys make of the female pirates films being axed? That's good. That's the one with the Margot Robbie, isn't it? So, yeah, doesn't really feel like Pirates of the Caribbean if it hasn't got her, him and Johnny Depp in it. So yeah, that's good. Though I wouldn't mind a TV series if they focus on different pirates. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, this might be controversial, but I don't really like any of the Pirates movies. I can't stand that franchise. I think the best one for me is probably the second one, just because it kind of reminds me of Indiana Jones at the end. Yeah. And I think the designs of the pirates, they've been sort of like meshed with all like these fish sea creatures. They look awesome, but other than that, that franchise does absolutely zero for me, and couldn't care less about the new ones.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely gets bad nearing the end of the franchise. The fourth one is unbearable. What about you, Mike?
To be honest, this is the first I've heard of a female pirates movie, so it's news to me. But yeah, kind of like Andy as well. I'm not really the biggest fan of the franchise, so I'm not really too fussed what movies they do in the franchise. So yeah.
No worries. And what about you, Bumper?
I'm the same as the boys. I'm not a big fan, really. The second one's all right because you get like an hour in the middle where there's just loads of good special effects and action sequences, like, a bit of stupidity. But there's not really films I enjoy. If I watch a pirate movie, maybe I'll watch Sinbad all day, like, you know what I mean? But, yeah, I haven't heard of this, same as Mike. I haven't heard the news. So what are they going to do? Make another film, but have all female pirates?
Yeah, apparently so. This was in the talks for a few years. Margot Robbie was going to be the lead pirate. I think she was going to be Captain Jane Sparrow, his long-lost female cousin. Some rubbish like that.
Whoever decided to axe it and took away our opportunity to see Margot Robbie dressed as a pirate, he's firing from Hollywood. I got to be fair. He's a punch in the nose. I would have paid the admission fee for that. It sounds terrible. Same like they done with Ocean's 11, innit? That was crap. Ocean's 8, whatever it was.
Yeah. It was all right until James Corden turned up.
I had forgot about that. Cheers.
We've got Andy Like Stuff is. Hey, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Hey, guys. Pete was mentioned on the Movie Collector channel. Oh, what? John? Oh, wow. I haven't seen this video yet. I'll have to check it out. Oh, thanks, John. We've got Soph here from Sophie's Retro Revival. Hey, guys. Hey, Soph. Hope you're feeling better.
Hey, Soph. You doing all right?
Andy Like Stuff watched Cypher yesterday, 2002 film. If you haven't seen it, definitely give it a look. I haven't even heard of it. Have you seen it, Andy?
Nope. I think I've heard of it, but I've definitely not seen it.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
No, I don't think I've even heard of it.
No, I'm checking it up now. It's got Lucy Liu in it, and that's about it.
Oh, I think I know the one. It's a bit of a Matrix rip-off.
Yeah, from the pictures it looks like it, but
Yeah.
might give it a go.
Admittedly, I haven't seen it, but I just remember the artwork when it came out back in the day, thinking it might be all right, but I think it was a straight to DVD kind of movie.
Oh.
Might be all right though. Bit like
Yeah.
Equilibrium. Have you seen that Equilibrium with Christian Bale?
I love that film.
Yeah, that's a good film,
Yeah.
but it's from that era when sci-fi movies, they were almost with the special effects, like the one with Jet Li as well, all around sort of.
Yeah.
But no, Equilibrium is good though. Fair play.
Yeah, I prefer it over The Matrix, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I probably
love
was.
Equilibrium. Yeah,
Ty Diggs is a good actor. I like Ty Diggs, so yeah, I do like that film. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Next up, we've got Jason, the old millennial here, saying, "Hey, Jason, hope you're doing well, mate. Do you think Wakanda Forever could have been better if they just recasted T'Challa or the Black Panther himself? I think that would have been a bad move if they'd done that. I think that would have been a little bit disrespectful. I think. I don't know how they've gone down the route with the film, but I'm glad they didn't recast him. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think they've done the best with what they could do. I think. I liked the movie. I didn't think it was great or anything like that. I just thought it does what it needs to do, and that's that. They did something in this movie with the when they introduced the Marvel Studios, and in my cinema you could hear a pin drop when that came on screen. It was kind of haunting. But yeah, I think the movie itself was just fine. It's kind of shot itself in the foot, I think, because it's going to be compared to Avatar 2 when that comes out. It's inevitable. No pun intended. But yeah, it's going to happen.
And it's so close to release of Avatar 2 as well.
Yeah. It's the movie was fine. I just thought it was all right. But Chadwick Boseman he's a giant piece missing from that jigsaw puzzle, and you feel it.
I can imagine.
I'm sorry to say, but yeah, he's sadly missed, and you can feel it in that film. Yeah.
How would Wakanda Forever fit in the Phase 4 ranking to you?
It's better than Eternals. It's better than Thor: Love and Thunder, but it's no Shang-Chi or No Way Home.
No,
it's middle of the road, I think.
In
terms of that phase, for me anyway.
Yeah. What do you think, Mike? Do you think they should have they done good not recasting T'Challa, or do you think have it done is all right?
I mean, I haven't seen the movie, so I'm guessing, is that Chadwick Boseman's character?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't really comment, to be honest. So I'll bow out for that one.
You haven't seen the first Black Panther, have you?
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I've seen the first one, but I've not seen Wakanda.
Yeah. No. And what about you, Bumper?
I don't think it would have been better if he had recasted him, really. I thought the strongest part of the movie probably was the tribute side of it. Chadwick Boseman, and obviously the set design and the costume design is spot on. But I just think he needed a stronger storyline. I just think it just all sounded a little bit thing. And I tell you what done my head in as well, because there's no excuse for this, but the CGI was bad. I mean, Ironheart, is that the girl? Is that how she's going to be when she was whizzing through the air? It really just looked like a congealed loads of pixels flying around. I just didn't think the CGI was great, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of something else that bugged me, but I can't think what it was now off the top of my head. There's not a lot of action in it, was there? Do you know what I mean? These films get by on their action. They're just so deep into the story. I mean, there was 2 separate funeral scenes of about 20 minutes each. I mean, I was just like, give me some action. And when it came at the end, it was just a bit too late, and I just, you just weren't really rooting for anyone, really. Like, I don't know. I don't want to sound harsh, because, like I said, I like the cast like the director, set designs on point, but it just didn't happen for me.
Right. I've just got a message pop up. Right. What was I going to say? Wait a minute. Sorry about this. I'm just getting messages.
Winston Duke acting. That's the other thing that done my head in. I don't think Winston Duke's. He's just what's the word I'm looking for? He's just turning it up. He's just turning it up. He just grunts every now and again, doesn't he? Like, I don't know. Didn't like him in it at all.
What was I going to say? Yeah, I've heard that a lot of people have said the CGI on these Marvel films are very rubbish these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing with all the budgets they have. They thought they could do better with their CGI. And this character you were on about, is this the one that kind of looks like a cheap Power Ranger that was flying in here?
The guy I'm on about, Winston Duke, he's the big guy, like who's the like captain of the tribe. He hasn't got a lot to do, mine. I shouldn't judge him, but he just comes across as awkward. No, the person you're on about is Lupita's character. Is it a girl?
Yeah.
And she turns into like that bendy under type thing who goes under the water. That's the scene that reminds me of Star Wars, Phantom Menace. You know, when they put the things on their faces.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh wow. I suppose
she
it
was
didn't
alright,
have Jar Jar Binks in the distance.
I was waiting for him to turn up, but no, it didn't happen.
We've got Andy here saying, has Andy's Halloween list changed after watching them at all?
I don't know what you mean by a list. Like the way I rank them, or I don't know.
Don't know.
I mean,
you'll have to elaborate on that, Andy.
I mean, Resurrection was still god awful, but it's a decent 4K.
Which was your least favourite of those Halloween films you watched?
Oh, I thought Resurrection.
That's
probably the second worst for me, just above Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed Halloween 4. Really liked Halloween 5. 6 H20, even though Michael Myers was hardly in that movie. Yeah, I just thought they all look great. 1, 2, and 3 will always be my favourites, though.
I still need to check out 2 and 3, and I'll be saying this time next year. We've got Sinjin saying Smile was very enjoyable. The few 20 minutes I watched seemed all right. What did you think of it, Andy?
I really dug Smile. Really, really enjoyed it. I know you in the group chat, Pete, put a pre-order thing for the HMV exclusive, and I pre-ordered it straight away on 4K. Yeah,
right,
really enjoyed Smile.
Oh, that's good to hear. Has it got a release date?
I think it's early January.
Was it? So not too long. And that was a nice addition on HMV. Have you seen it, Mike?
Not yet. No, I do really want to see it. I'll probably just have to wait for the physical now.
I don't think it comes with the Blu-ray, does it? The 4K.
I'm not sure.
I think on the photograph it was just the 4K that it came with, but that seems to be the norm now.
Well, yeah, yes.
What about you, Bumper? Have you seen it? Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I thought it was really good. I've got to be honest. I had a few low expectations because a couple of people told me it wasn't very good, or a couple of YouTubers. But no, I thought, I still form my own opinion. And no, I wonder what film they must have watched because I thought it was really good. I like the guy in it as well. I think his name's Kyle Ganner or something like that. He's in the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. He's all right. Like he's a hard actor. I quite like him. I don't know how good he was in this one as a sort of a detective sort of character, but he's usually quite good. But yeah, I thought it was good. Smile. Yeah, it was creepy. Fair dues.
We've got David Beach here saying, good evening, guys. Hope you're all well. Hey, David. Hope you're doing well, mate. Got Sinjin saying hey to David, and David saying hi to Sin. Right, we've got Rogue Review saying, I'll watch Masculine, Feminine, and Punch Drunk Love today. I haven't heard of the first one, but the second film is really, really good. I really enjoyed that. Adam Sandler was fantastic in it. Nice to see him do a dramatic role for a change. And Philip Seymour Hoffman was quite terrifying in that. What do you think of these films, Andy?
I've heard of Masculine, Feminine, but I've not seen it. I think it's a John Waters film. Punch Drunk Love, I think is great. Yeah, like you say, Pete, it's just one of those dramatic performances from Sandler that's really good. Yeah,
I agree. It's got a nice colour palette to it. It kind of reminds me of an old school film.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just sorting out something there. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've not seen Masculine and Feminine, but yeah, Punch Drunk Love's great. It's a very anxiety inducing movie, but I still really enjoy it nonetheless.
Oh, that's good to hear. And what about you, Bumper?
Same as the boys. I haven't seen Masculine Feminine, is it how you say it? But Punch Drunk Love, yeah, I'm the same as everybody else. When I first watched it a long time ago, I was expecting a different type of Adam Sandler movie, so I might not have enjoyed it as much. But when I watched it on the Criterion not so long ago, yeah, absolutely awesome, mate. Fair dues. Really good film.
Yeah. We've got Gareth here from Video Tasty saying, hey, Sophie. Hey, Gareth. We've got Jason here saying, hey, guys, hope you're doing well. Hey, Jason, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Jason.
We've got Edward here. What's your favourite movie of Alan Rickman? Ooh, that was a great question there, Edward. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Oh, it's got to be Die Hard, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Oh,
I really do like Robin Hood as well. He's the best part of that Robin Hood. I can't wait for the 4K of that to come out. But it's got to be Die Hard, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Galaxy Quest as well. That's a fun one.
I agree there with Galaxy Quest. I love that film. It's so entertaining. Yeah. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, it's probably got to be Die Hard. It's just, yeah, he's just iconic in that movie. I like Dogma as well. I think he's quite good in that movie.
Good pick with Dogma. I really enjoyed that one. I think that's probably one of my favourite Kevin Smith films. And what about you, Bumper?
I want to cheat and have a look on Google because I know I forget movies, but yeah, it's got to be Die Hard. I was going to say Dogma as well, although I'm not sure I like Dogma as much as I thought I did on a rewatch. It is funny, but Alan Rickman is the best thing in it, probably, though. And Harry Potter, I love Harry Potter as well, obviously. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose if I could only ever watch one film with him in again, it would have to be Die Hard, but I'd be gutted to lose it on the Harry Potters. So, yeah. But I'd like someone to reel off a list of his films. I bet there's more, and I just can't think of him because he's a character actor, isn't he? Like you can't recognize him from one role to the next. Like he's not someone who looks the same in all his roles. So I can't think of all the movies he's done.
I like him in the. Well, he's a swine in the movie, but Love Actually.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Yeah.
Yes, Love Actually. Wasn't he in that Alice in Wonderland remake? I'm sure he was in that.
Yeah, he was the caterpillar, I think.
Yeah. For me,
Sweeney Todd as well.
He was in Sweeney Todd.
He's in Sweeney Todd, yeah.
Oh, I still need to watch that one. So that's even more reasons to watch it now. For me, the Harry Potter films, Snape. That was my first introduction to him. So iconic as that character. Nobody else really could ever come close to recapturing his style with that. Die Hard, Galaxy Quest. I can remember, I think it was one of his final films. I think he did it with Kate Winslet called A Little Bit of Chaos or A Little Chaos. I think it's like a period drama film. That wasn't too bad. And I'm pretty certain he was in Sense and Sensibility as well from the late 90s. Yeah, I watch period dramas.
I think he directed that film as well. A Little Chaos.
Yeah, I wondered he did. I know he had some work behind the camera with it.
Yeah. One of his last ones, Eye in the Sky, as well. I thought that was pretty good.
That's the one with Helen Mirren, isn't it? Yeah, that wasn't too bad. We've got David here saying hi to everyone on YouTube. Hope you're all well and good. Hope you're doing well, David. We've got Rogue here saying also watch Divine Trash. It's a documentary about John Waters, mainly about the making of Pink Flamingos. You get to see the dog poo scene being shot and Waters editing the scene. Lovely.
Nice.
I think Divine, that's the name of the actress from the movie Pink Flamingos. I think that's like a stage name or whatever it is, a trailer park name.
I've only seen a few snippets of Pink Flamingos, and that's enough.
I bought the Criterion. It's still in the cellophane. But
is that pretty? It comes with. Does it come with a sick bag? Somebody told me it comes with a sick bag.
I don't think so. I haven't opened it up though. It's like I said, it's still in the cellophane, so it might be as a little extra. There was a found footage horror movie in America, there was like FBI case files, and they were selling it. And when you bought it, it come in an evidence bag. That was pretty cool. So if you were lucky enough to buy that, like as a collector, that looks good in the set.
Oh, that'd be good. That sounds good.
Yeah, I can't think what the film was called, but you can get it. But it was called.
Mm.
But no, that documentary. I don't know if that's on the Criterion release. It might be. Who knows?
There seems to be a sale going on Criterion now. A lot of them are $230, I think. But I did get an email from Zabby today that said they were 3 for $30. So seems like a good time to pick up on some Criterions.
In America, they get a 50% off. They think it's amazing, but they still pay like 30 quid with 50% off. I think,
you see them with the huge halls, don't you? I can't remember what the shop's called where they go to, but it's a special
Barnes
shop.
and Noble, the bookshop.
Yeah, Barnes and Noble.
I just can't believe they start off at $50. Like, who's going to pay that $50? Well, I suppose some people do, but they're only cases, Amaray cases, most of them, aren't they, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very expensive. When I first heard of Barnes and Noble, I thought it was a department shop like John Lewis.
Yeah, it's a fair size, mind. It's just like Waterstones with films, I suppose, isn't it?
That'd be cool if Waterstones did books. Books? Of course they sell books. Films. It'd be good if they sold films, but they'd be charging really expensive prices. No Waterstones. We've got David saying, who's watching live stream? We've got Jason saying, I picked up Chinatown and The Hidden on the premium collection. Ah, very nice. Isn't Chinatown the one with Jack Nicholson in? I know The Hidden's really good. Very underrated sort of sci-fi horror film. Have you seen them, Andy?
Yeah, I love them both. Chinatown's awesome. It's a Roman Polanski movie, I think.
Oh, is it?
The Hidden's great. I think I watched that for the first time like 2 years ago, and I loved it. Just thought it was awesome.
Oh, yeah, I agree. It's got Carl McLaughlin in it.
Yeah.
Is that his name? Yeah. You seen him, Mike?
Yeah. The Hidden, that's pretty good. It's a pretty decent little horror movie. Chinatown, I haven't seen it for years, like probably 10 years. And I remember not being that keen on it, but I think I need to give it a rewatch. But I just remember, I think is it John Huston's character? Like he's such a dick in that movie. But yeah, I can't really remember much about it, so I'm gonna have to give it a rewatch.
Oh, sounds good. What about you, Bumper?
Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen Chinatown. I would need to watch it again to give an honest opinion on it. But yeah, The Hidden's amazing. There's a couple of cameos in The Hidden to watch out for as well. Danny Trejo's in it for a bit, and Lin Shaye. So if you're a bit of a horror fan and you want to spot them, they're there somewhere.
Oh, that's good. I'll have to keep an eye out for them when I rewatch it again. The premium is a nice addition. I think the one of Chinatown comes with a booklet, I think.
I'm not sure, but yeah, it could do.
Rogue says Divine Trash is a supplement on the Criterion release of Pink Flamingos. Nice.
There we are then. If I don't get enough of the dog poo scene the first time round, I can watch it again on the documentary. Amazing.
Yeah, get an in-depth view of why they done it.
What they had for their tea, no, it's all right.
Oh dear. We've got Brian here saying Tendo. Hey Brian, thanks for joining, mate. Just got to put somebody block user. Sorry about this. Yeah, that's all sorted. We've got DVD Even Film Bloke saying hi. Hi mate, thanks for joining. We've got Niels here saying hey guys. Hey Niels, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey Niels.
We've got Dr. Impossible here saying, yeah, The Rock continues with Hollywood. I sniff change in the air. Bob Chapek, the CEO of Disney, seems to be taking the studio on a crash dive. Sorry, evening. Evening, Dr. Impossible. I must admit, Disney have been very up and down lately. But, I don't know. The Viva Drew says, have you guys seen Wakanda Forever yet? And if so, what's your thoughts? We did talk about this earlier, mate. Andy and Bub have seen it. Me and Mike haven't. DVD Even Film Bloke says, I only saw one fiction film this week, and that was Tromeo and Juliet, which came out as the same year as Baz Luhrmann's shite Romeo and Juliet. The only one I can think of is Nomeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet was a great fun. Somehow it was more faithful to the play with the darker stuff ramped up to 11. Also, the ending is a lot more bonkers than I thought it would be. I've never heard of that one. Have you guys seen Romeo and Juliet?
Just going to be a trauma movie in it. They're like a
Yeah.
small production company that specialize in over the top cheap gore effects and things. They did Toxic Avenger. I think that's their like best ever movie. But yeah, I can't think of the guy's name who owns the company. I should know it really because he's always a talking head on documentaries. Andy Kaufman, I think maybe his name is, but don't quote me on it. But yeah, so I haven't seen Romeo and Juliet, but I'm just guessing that from the title. But you know, you're probably not missing much. It'll be hobo with a shotgun, but Shakespeare version, no doubt.
A Shakespeare version of Hobo with a Shotgun.
Yeah,
now that sounds fun.
Yeah, there we are. That's what it'll be.
Have you seen it, Andy?
No, I've heard of it, but I've not seen it. I think Toxic Avenger is the only trauma movie I've seen.
We've got Rogue here saying, are you going to get anything in the Criterion 2 for 30 sale? I bought Charade and Lost in America. I had a look at some of the titles. Nothing really there I want. I bought all the ones I wanted to get in the last sale. It's a decent sale, but a lot of the ones in the 2 for 30 ones were like $12.99 the other week, so it isn't the greatest sale. What about you, Andy?
No, I don't really bother too much with Criterion. I only really buy Criterion if that's the only way I can get the movie. If there's no other release. But a lot of stuff on there, I've just settled for the DVD, to be honest.
Yeah. I think the biggest problem with Criterion is its pricing. They're bringing out the Breakfast Club, aren't they, in the new year? About 23 quid. You can pick up the normal Blu-ray for about a $5. You might as well just do that.
Yeah, but I've got Charade and Lost in America just on DVD. I'm just happy with them on that.
That sounds good. What about you, Mike? Anything you picking up in the sale?
No, not really. I did have a look at the sale, and to be fair, there were a few movies I was mildly interested in getting, but I don't know. I just couldn't be bothered for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm just not that bothered by Criterion, to be honest. So yeah, probably nothing this time round.
And what about you, Bumper?
I'm not purposely hitting up the sale, but I've got some Criterion titles in my head that I want. So if they were on the sale and I come across it, then yeah, I'll grab them. There's a couple of old kind of, I don't know if you call them Asian or Japanese horrors that I want. One of them famously is called Kwaidan. It's like a collection, like an anthology movie from like the 60s. You'd probably know the cover if you've seen it. And there's another one, I think it's called Onibaba or Onibaba. They're weird movies there. They're like black and white and folky relating to like Japan or something. But I just sure they're really good. So yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a couple of those if I could get them on the sale. Then happy days. But I'm not purposely going out to find 2 for 30 just to give them 30 quid. I'd have to see what ones were on there. But I don't mind Criterion. I know it's expensive, but they do some obscure movies that you don't realize till you watch them, but they become your new favorite film. Them sort of films.
I think those two movies are on Eureka, not Criterion, and Kwaidan and Onibaba. Yeah, I think they're Eureka.
I'm not sure. Maybe if Kwaidan's had a Criterion in America, I could be totally wrong. One,
it might do. Yeah.
I watched this guy, Master Chaos, and it was in his top 5. The other one was called. It might not be on a Baba. That's just been in my mind for a while. There's one called Karango or something, or Karanango. I'm not sure, but that was a Criterion one as well. So they piqued my interest, and I also want to get Shaft, but I don't know if it's better just to get the premium release because you can get Shaft and Superfly for 15 quid. Then I can get your double blaxploitation for your money. But I don't know. Have you ever seen the premium collection of Shaft? I imagine it's a good picture quality, is it?
I got it. I tried it out. It looks pretty good, yeah. And for 2 for 15, it's a better offer.
The Criterion's 25. It's a no-brainer, really,
Yeah, you get your art cards with it. I think you get a poster as well with it. It's a nice little set. For £7.50, you can't really go wrong.
That's it, isn't it? So yeah. But that Criterion sale, if you can tell us where it is, I will have a little look, unless it's just on their website. Obviously, then I go on their website.
It's on HMV's website, and it is also on Zabby's website. Zabby emailed me saying it's 2 for 30, but the link says 2 for 20, so it's worth keeping an eye out with them.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Black Friday coming up soon, isn't it? So I'm trying to keep myself in check till then, but who knows?
It's just a case of holding off until next week. hoping for the better
that's
deals.
it, yeah, I know.
And no doubt the deals will actually be better this week than it will be next week.
Yeah, got my eye on a couple of things. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. We've got DVD and film bloke here saying, I finally saw the Star Wars documentary Empire of Dreams, which was well worth it. I only got that bonus disc for it and it took me ages to watch it. I don't think I've seen that one. You seen it, Andy?
I don't think I've heard of it, to be honest.
No. Where did you get your bonus disc from, DVD from Film Bloke? What edition of the film did it come with, or was it a bootleg you had to buy? Oh, I'd be intrigued to watch that. Might be on Disney Plus. Have you seen it, Bumper?
No, I haven't heard of it either. I do like a good movie documentary, especially with old movies that relied on, the special effects. But no, if you could give us a bit more information, I'd watch it. But no, I've never heard of it really.
Right. Dr. Impossible says, I found out what happened to BFI's release of Watership Down. Back in June, there was a court case here in the UK. Mark Rosen, who made the 1978 film, is in a lot of hot water over the rights. Oh, yeah, because they cancelled that last week, the BFI
Yes.
4K release of that.
I see it being pushed back when I was doing my release video because I was going to get it. It looked really nice, that box set. But then they had a release date of March now, so I don't know what's happening with that.
Yeah, they announced, I think it was late last week, they've canned it altogether. They ain't going to release it at all, which is a shame.
Right. Oh, God, no, that looked really nice as well.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the rights, but it's a shame that it ain't getting a 4K treatment, especially as it must be nearly close to completion if it was going to release this month.
It'd look amazing as well, I imagine. It'd probably show up some of the scratchy animation, but, I think it would benefit, definitely. Be a nice release.
It may see a release just yet, because surely they would have been in mass production of like all the box sets and all the bits and pieces that come with it, so maybe they'll release it in a few years' time. What do you think of this, Andy?
Yeah, I just think it's a shame. I think it's a movie that deserves a nice release.
Yeah.
To be honest. Yeah.
Right. We've got Josh here saying, hey everyone, how are you? Watching Tar yesterday, and it's in my top 20 of the year. Have you guys heard of it? I've heard it's supposed to be quite good. Don't really know what it's about, but haven't seen it. Have you seen it, Andy?
No, I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
Mike?
Yeah, same. I've heard of it, but don't really know too much about it.
And Bumper?
Not sure. I've heard of it. Is it the A24 movie? Is it? I know classic reviews. He's into all those sort of films, but I'll check it out. Yeah, no, but I'm not sure what it is.
You'll have to tell us what it's about, Josh, in the comments. Niels says, my favourite Lindsay Lohan movie is I Know Who Killed Me. Yes, I know many people hate it, but it's a guilty pleasure of mine. Oh, sounds great, mate.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, yeah. Guilty pleasure, oh my God.
We've got Nige here saying, well, good evening, you bunch of handsome bastards. How are you diddling? Pete, did your Jack the Ripper Blu-ray turned up? Have you got it but haven't watched it? Well, it did turn up, Nige. I did unbox it, but I haven't watched it yet. But we'll get round to it. Hopefully by the end of the year. Hopefully by end of next year, I will see it. I've been a bit busy at the weekend, but yeah, look forward to watching it. Hope you're doing well, mate. David says, Andy, mate, enjoying your movie room tour video?
Oh, thanks very much. I might do another one. I think in March for like 2-year anniversary on YouTube.
Yeah, I thought it was a little while ago you'd done a movie room tour, weren't it?
Yeah, it's been a while, and a lot of it's changed quite a bit as well.
Oh,
so
that'd be good.
Yeah, hopefully I can get another one out. But yeah, thanks for watching my latest one.
Right, Dodd Impossible says, it seems Rosen has been pocketing all the monies over many decades without giving a dime to the family estate of Watership Down. Writer Richard Adams. He failed to pay fees owned on the BBC and Netflix film. Oh my word. He is in trouble,
I never seen a new one that they done for Christmas a couple of years ago, the BBC Netflix one. I don't know if that was any good or not, but try not to get too involved with all the ins and outs of the films and all, don't you? Really, like you just want the good release.
It was a decent little adaptation. That was like CGI animated. It was that one.
Yeah. I remember it looked pretty decent. I don't know.
It had a good cast to it. It wasn't as dark as like the original Watership Down, but it was pretty decent for like a BBC TV series. Shame they haven't released this 4K. It could go and help pay his debt off. DVD from Funbook says, I went to H&B today and got Suspicion, I Confess, Catch Me If You Can, The Italian Job, and Near Dark. Oh, very nice collection there. Catch Me If You Can's fantastic. I'm going to gather that's the original Italian Job. Great film. I've heard Near Dark's really good. Is that a vampire film? Catherine Bigelow?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I'll have to get that one. What do you think of these films, Andy?
Yeah, I think I've seen them all. Yeah, they're all. There's not really much wrong with them, to be honest. I just think they're all decent, solid movies. Catch Me If You Can's a great, underrated Spielberg movie. I actually really don't mind the remake of The Italian Job. I think I kind of like both movies, to be honest. Near Dark's a lot of fun. Great Bill Paxton movie.
Oh, it's good to hear he's in it. He's a great actor, but I haven't seen him in many films.
He's great in everything he's in. I think he's usually the best part of the movie when he turns up.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of these films?
Yeah. Suspicion and I Confess, they're two Hitchcock movies, two lesser known ones. They're both really good. I love Near Dark. It's such a fun vampire movie. It's one of those vampire movies where the vampires are just, they're really like vicious, like monster-like, instead of, typical romantic Dracula type vampires. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun.
And Bumper, what do you think of these films?
I can only really comment on Near Dark. Really, I've seen Catch Me If You Can and The Italian Job. I haven't seen the two Hitchcock ones, but I could take them or leave them, the other ones. But Near Dark is awesome. There's a scene in a bar, and you can just it's going to go pear-shaped sooner or later. You're just not sure when, and it's because of Bill Paxton. And that scene, like the tension just builds and builds. Oh my god, you need to go on an asthma pump, like you need to, because you can't breathe when you watch it. Well, that's the way I felt watching it. Anyway, it's good. It's got a really good 80s kind of brooding. It's got a bit of a fantasy feel to certain elements of it. It's a weird film. It's got his own kind of, not genre, but his own kind of aesthetic. Like you can't really compare it to anything else.
Yeah,
I'm hearing
it's good.
I'll have to check that one out. It seems to be quite one that's gone under the radar, Near Dark. I haven't even heard of it till recently.
It's quite tough to get, I think. I had to get a German media book, I did. But I'm not sure. Is it on? It's not on the premium collection, is it?
I think it got a re-release recently, I think.
Maybe it has, but I know there was a long time you couldn't get it for.
DVD from Filmbook says was going to get The Wrong Man and another premium title, but they didn't have it, so I didn't bother. I know they're all on the 2 for 15 now. There's a pretty good list of films on there, but I think I've got all the ones I want to get on premium. What about you, Andy? Any ones you're thinking about getting on there?
Yeah, there's a few, but I'm just not in any sort of rush to pick them up, really, to be honest.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? Any premiums you think about picking up in the sale?
Yeah, same really. I'm just not really in a rush. I mean, like some of those Hitchcock ones, maybe. I mean, I've seen the movies, but I don't think I actually own any of them. I think I've got Suspicion on DVD, but I wouldn't mind upgrading that to Blu-ray. So yeah, probably some of the Hitchcock ones. I'd like to get Trading Places at some point on Blu-ray because I've got that on DVD, and I'd like to upgrade that. So yeah, there's a few, but I'm not really in a rush to get them.
And what about you, Bumper? Any premiums you're thinking about getting in the sale? I think he's muted himself.
Sorry, yeah. Well, I was in work then on Teams. I always do that in work. Yeah, there's loads I need. I've probably only got about 8 premium titles. It wasn't really a label that I paid a lot of attention to until I started watching you guys, really, because you plug them quite a lot. I got to be honest. So I started getting into them. And at £7.50, you know, what an absolute bargain. But I'm still getting the horror ones, really, because that's what I'm drawn to, first of all. So the Demon Seed, is that one that's on the collection? I'm trying to think of the covers in my head.
So.
The Demon Seed I want to grab. I'm not sure. This them, you know, like the 1950s creature feature. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Someone told me that was a good film. So there's a couple I'd want again, but you know, I just it's a bit dangerous, isn't it, when you go to the shop and you're just having a look rather than knowing what you want, because that's when you just come out of there with bags full, like, so. You know, rather going in knowing the titles, just grabbing them and go in.
It's never a browse in HMV. It always ends up with a bag full. DVD from Filmbooks says something about HMV is that they seem to have less titles in store than they used to. It's almost expected at this point. I won't find what I'm looking for. Yeah, I noticed my local one seems to be dwindling down now. They seem to do a lot of these NECA figures now, like of Chucky and It and all that, and they charge about 40-odd quid for them. They're nice figures, but I wouldn't buy them. But yeah, I think our physical media section now is probably only about 20% of the store. I wanted to get a couple of DC TV series at the weekend. They had them, but they were ripped open to bits. I said, have you got any other ones? They said, oh, we only get one copy of each thing now sent to us, unless it's a big film. So yeah, it seems like it probably is going to be that way, but the store's packed. All the non-film stuff seems to sell really well, whether it's foreign food, or just all this like tat they seem to sell. It just goes out the door. What about you, Andy, with your local HMV?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. I remember a time when I used to have like 3, like really quite close. But yeah, the one I've got currently is it's good. It's all right. As soon as you walk in, you're just hit by T-shirts and toys and everything and vinyl, and you've got to go right to the back of the store to get to the physical. I think I went on Saturday, and they were like setting up a live band, I think. When I went, but yeah, just it is what it is, isn't it? You know,
they got to do what they need to survive, and obviously it helps them bring them in the money, so that's the main thing. As long as they're still here, I suppose. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I still like going there every now and again. It's just nice to go out to the store rather than just ordering off Amazon or Zavvi.
Yeah, I do agree. It's nice to get it delivered through the post, but there's something special about going into a shop, trying to find the item, and maybe finding something or 2 or 3 things else.
Yeah, it's just I don't go to HMV if I'm looking for like obscure titles, because 9 times out of 10 they just won't have them. So just if I'm picking up something mainstream that I know is out, I'll definitely pop down to HMV.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, well, my store will be the same as Andy's, but yeah, I think every Saturday now they have like a live band on. It's just like this thing they do every Saturday now. But yeah, I've started to notice that there seems to be there's times when I go in and I'm looking for something and it's not there, and I end up having to order it online. But I think the other problem I have with HMV is I only ever go there when I know I'm after something in particular. Like, I'll never go there just for a browse, because I find that I'm never surprised anymore when I go into HMV, because I always know what's going to be in there and I know exactly what price it's going to be. Whereas, say, if I go to CEX, you never know what you're going to find in there. You could find like really obscure title for a great price. So that's the only problem with HMV. Like, I never go there just to browse. It's only if I know I'm after something in particular.
Yeah, I know my local one had a band there a few weeks ago, but the problem is where they had the band is where they got all the films, so they closed off pretty much all the film section with the band, and they were only there for like 20 minutes, but it closed the whole store down that part for like nearly 2 hours. What about you, Bumper? What is your local HMV like?
It hasn't changed into one of these new stores, but you know, all the impulse stuff and everything. At the front is all those T-shirts and American snacks and the toys. A quick story: when that Terrifier double pack came out that Andy got, that came out on the Monday. I popped over on the Friday after to get some stuff, and I just asked the guy behind the counter, said, "Have you got it?" Like, because I was a bit an hour in, and he said, "No." He said, "We completely sold out." I said, "Oh, happy days." he said, "Oh, we only had 2 copies," and but it turned out that it was been the first time he said in how long they can remember that there was someone waiting for the shop to open on the Monday to grab a copy. They said that's how thing the film was in. That's the first time, apart from video games, that's the first time someone's been waiting outside to grab a movie since they can remember. But they only have 2 copies, and it does go to show that people will buy them. But the art of browsing, like Mike said, when you're a collector and you do hunt videos and things, is gone in there because everything that's already in there, and anything new that comes out you're already aware of, because that's probably what you're going in there looking for anyway. So gone are the days, when you find something and then you're on the back of the bus on the way home, you can't wait to get it home, and watch it. But I think with HMV Mine, the death of it, not so much the streaming and the piracy with films, although that did now, but the death of the CD, because the amount of times I'd go into HMV to look for CDs, and then I'd end up buying films anyway. But to have a music shop that don't sell CDs, I don't know, it seems just futile now. Like the places, I don't think just don't say music stores can last when they don't sell music anymore, really.
I know, vinyl sales are through the roof at HMV, but 70 quid a pop, some of them, and no wonder.
It's a niche market, and CDs. You go in there for a CD, even if you were going on a drive for an hour, you think, I'll stop in HMV and grab a CD, $6.99 just to listen to in the car. But you can't even do that anymore, can you? God, my car used to be swimming in loose CDs everywhere, and, films, you look after a bit more, you don't mind paying a bit more for them. But I just think it's a shame they don't sell CDs anymore. I gotta be fair. I still love a CD.
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, also with the catalogue Blu-rays, they can't make their damn mind up on which ones are in the deal. Some are 2 for $13, some aren't, some are 2 for $10, some are $7.99, some are $9.99. Make up your fucking mind. Yeah.
Yeah. I know what he means, Brian, because I was trying to get a few John Carpenter movies in 4K from there when they had the deal on and they had the slip covers, but it was 2 for $30 for, say, Prince of Darkness and I don't know, say The Fog. And then it was 3 for $30 was 3 of the other films, and I already owned The Fog, so I couldn't get 2 for $30, but I didn't want to buy 1 for $20, and I couldn't get 3 for $30 because one of the ones I wanted was on the 2 for 30. I get muddled up. But yeah, I just wish they would do 2 for 30. And, well, that's it. Though I know they do 2 for 24 on the Disney ones, but it's hard work sometimes when you're trying to put a basket together and they're all from different offers. And they don't advertise them very well, do they? You never quite know what's on the offer and what's not unless you pull it off the shelf and have a look at the price tag. That does my head in as well. I gotta be fair.
Yeah. What I tend to do is on a Friday, as I normally go on a Saturday, I'll have a look on my phone, have a look on HMV's website to see what's actually on offer, write down a list of 1 or 2 things. So I ain't picking through all the. Sometimes they forget to put the stickers out, and I'm just like, this should be on offer. They say, oh no, it ain't, and then they scan it. It's like, oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, I've had that a few times. Yeah.
Right. We have Mike here from Did You See That? I'm making a list of Christmas movies to watch this year and would love a recommendation from each of you of a Christmas movie that's not well known and is a must watch. Ah, awesome. Do you want to go first, Andy, with a Christmas recommendation?
Sure. I mean, one for me, which has sort of grown on me. I remember seeing it as a kid, and it's a Richard Donner movie, Scrooged.
Yes,
I have a great time with that film. It's a sort of like a modern 80s take on the Charles Dickens novel, and it's great fun. Instead of Scrooge being like a banker or whatever he is, he's the head of a TV big executive kind of boss, and he's just ruthless with his staff. It's a great performance by Bill Murray. Great supporting cast. It's just really creative and just has fun with it. It's one that sort of it grows on me each year. Each year I watch it. Yeah, that'd be my pick.
That's a great pick there. I do love Scrooge. Bill Murray. It's a very funny film. What about you, Mike?
I'm going to have to say the same. Scrooged. It's my all-time favorite Christmas movie, and I watch it every year. It's fantastic.
Great pick there. And what about you, Bumper?
Yeah, I do know a couple of obscure-ish Christmas movies, horror obviously, but there's a couple of my favourite. I won't. I know you only said to give one, but I gotta give two, right? So the first one is called Rare Exports. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's a lot of it's in English language, but I think it's like a Norwegian or a Finnish production. It's about like this drilling team up in the mountains, and they drill through and find like this Santa locked up. It's weird, but it's just really good. It's original, totally original. And the boy, you might recognise him because after this film, he went on and done a couple of like Hollywoodish films. I think he done one with Samuel L. Jackson when he's like lost. He's like a president lost in a jungle or something, and this kid helps him get out. I don't think it's that old, but it's the same boy. So that's called Rare Exports. Weird title, but check it out. And the other one is Dial Code Santa. Have you ever heard of that? It's a French movie, it's like Home Alone, but before Home Alone. So you can get it on Vinegar Syndrome on 4K. So about this boy, he's at home with his granddad and his mum. She's a department store manager, and she sacks the Santa Claus who's working in the shop for being all pervy and leechy with the single mums or whatever. So he takes his revenge by going to the house and and the kid just sets up all these booby traps. Like Kevin McCarthy's a big fan of John, whatever his name is in Commando, John Matrix. He's got his face up like that and all, and sets all the house up. It's not quite as good as I'm making it sound due to budget restraints and being quite old. But if you get a chance to see it, it's called Dial Code Santa. Yeah, it's decent and it's different to what you'd usually watch. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds actually quite fun.
Yeah, I have to check that out.
Yeah. Low budget, but it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. For me, I can think of a couple. It's like a short film, the Disney version of Christmas Carol, the animated one with Scrooge McDuck. Loved that one as a kid.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
8-Bit Christmas. I watched that late last year. Really quite enjoyed that one. I know Mike likes this game, so he might like that one. And I also have a soft spot for the Santa Buddies films with the talking dogs on Disney. Right. Rogue says, surprisingly, Pink Flamingos wasn't the most shocking film in Walter's filmography. I'll give that to Multiple Maniacs. I no longer like lobsters after that dirty creatures. Okay. Dare I Google this and find out after the stream? Right. The viewer Drew says, sorry if I already asked this, but what are your top 5 biggest guilty pleasure movies? Mine are X-Men Origins, Wolverine, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Batman and Robin, G.I. Joe 1 and 2, and Ghost Rider 2. Good list there, mate. What's your top 5 guilty pleasure movies, Andy?
Oh, definitely probably Batman and Robin. Superman 4 I actually enjoy a bit more than Superman 3. To be honest, I think 4 is very entertaining, where I think 3 is quite boring, but there's some good parts in it. Spice World the movie, everyone knows all of that. As terrible as it is. Samurai Cop is just hysterical and awesome. Just absolutely love it. And probably the Room as well. That's obviously like the top of the apex of good bad movies.
Yeah, still need to see The Room.
Yeah,
I've heard it's quite an entertaining watch because it's so
definitely.
Bad. Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think I did a video on this like a few months ago, but I'm just trying to remember what movies I chose. I think like Super Mario Brothers is probably one. What else was there? Oh God, I can't even think. I think Batman v Superman. I think that movie seems to get a lot of hate, but I actually really enjoy that one. And Jaws: The Revenge as well. I do have a good time with that movie, even though, it's not the best. That's all I can really think of.
Good list there. What about you, Bumper?
Trying to think of films that I like that are like panned by the critics and most other people who watch them. I definitely piggyback on Jaws: The Revenge because when I was a kid, I used to watch that movie all the time. the scene on the banana boat at the end and all, because what that Jaws movie did for a young kid like me that the other ones didn't do was give you plenty of shark, and it was quite big shark as well. Although the special effects are crap, but like part 3, like gives you no shark, it's just the special effects are horrendous. They think they caught a shark at one point, don't they? And they go to like a pool and it's about this big.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my god. But so I say Jaws: Revenge definitely. I like a film called Friday with Chris Tucker and Ice Cube. It's about these two guys smoking weed on a porch all day. It's got like 7% on Rotten Tomatoes, but I love it. Without sounding like a thing as well, I do like Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, but it's got to be the theatrical cut. I'm very fussy about the one I watched because a lot of the hate comes from Michael talking, and that's not in the theatrical cut. It's a completely different ending. But still, I'm not trying to justify it because I give up trying to justify my reasons why I like that film. But 5, he's pushing at 5, is he? I don't know, I suppose. Mac and Me, I suppose I can watch that. I've only seen it like 5 or 6 times in my life. So what does that tell you? Troll, with that kind. I used to watch that when I was a kid all the time.
Yeah.
The second one, mine, but the first one we used to watch it in school when it would rain and you'd have to go inside and watch a film. We did always put Troll on. So yeah, just go with those couple, I guess.
Oh, good picks. I still need to see Mac and Me. I've seen some highlights of it. It looks like an adventure and a half.
Oh god, I don't know, but it's just one of them.
For me, I'd say The Mummy 2017 with Tom Cruise. I really enjoyed that. Mortal Kombat Annihilation, Super Mario Brothers movie, Double Dragon, Batman and Robin. There's probably a few other ones I can think of as well. We have Dr. Impossible saying Rosen even claimed he owned the rights to Watership Down. So I think that the BFI removing the title from the release has a lot to do with this significant development back in May of this year. Seems to be. That's a shame. We've got Peter here saying Cora did a live stream about 70s, 80s porn. No, he didn't. No, he didn't, Peter. He just did a test stream and it was really good. He talked about some of the stuff he picked up. We've got Rogue here saying my favourite Waters film is probably either Female Trouble or Polyester. I haven't seen them. I think the only one I've seen of his is Hairspray. Did he do the recent Hairspray one?
I don't think he did the remake.
Right, that's the only one I've seen, so obviously he didn't do that. Have you seen these two, Andy?
I've seen Polyester. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
No, I've not seen either of those two. My favourite one's probably Serial Mum. I think that's quite an underrated movie.
I've heard good things about that one. And what about you, Bumper? You seen either of these?
No, I'm not very well versed in John Waters at all. Pink Flamingos, I got, but I haven't watched. Serial Mum, I can remember enjoying, but I mean, it's been 20 years since I've seen that's with Kathleen Turner, is that her name?
Yeah.
I always picture the artwork with the blonde bob hair, like the knife behind her back. You'd have to read off his films. I got to be honest, I'm sure there's more, but I haven't seen Female Trouble or Polyester, so no. I mean, what sort of genre is he? Are they all just like sort of messed up dramas? Are they like heavy hitting dramas, like character studies, or they're not action films or anything, are they?
They're quite quirky, aren't they, as films?
Yeah.
Very quirky.
Did he do Cry Baby with Johnny Depp?
Yeah. Yeah, he did Cry Baby. Pecker's a good movie with Christina Ricci and Eddie Furlong.
Oh, right. Yeah, good cast. Yeah, Pecker, actually, you mentioned, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I'd have to deep dive it. I just know, I don't think I've seen many of his movies at all.
Yeah. Next up, we have, if my phone works, it's not working for me, but we've got DVD from Film Bloke here, and it's disappeared. I'm getting the technical issues now. DVD from Film Bloke says, I don't want to sound like an old man, but they used to have every catalogue Blu-ray in the 3 for 20, 5 for 30. They don't do that anymore. Yeah, I have seen pictures online where there's like Arrows 5 for 30, and it's just like, oh, come back to those days, please. It's just like,
I used to love that offer. I used to like go in and buy all sorts of movies on that offer.
They'd certainly sell more on that offer because people will be more willing to like give other films a try. I mean, it's like £9 an hour on a sale now, and it's like it's a little bit more expensive and a bit of a risk to blind buy a film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 for
remember?
30 is great. You know, go on there on a Friday when you get paid £30. You've got 5 films for the weekend. Can't fault that at all. Like, but I remember the stickers, with the white stickers with the red writing on. I still got them on some of my Blu-rays actually for the 5 for 30s, the 3 for 20s. Yeah,
Yeah.
good times. Don't realise it at the time, don't you? You would have wanted them cheaper than that at the time, but now you do anything for that.
Yeah.
And probably in 5 years' time, we'll say the sales they've got now are blooming good.
Oh God, I'd hate to think what we'd be paying after that Rambo come out for £100 or whatever. One film, that's it. Like now, isn't it?
That's a lot of money. That is for
one movie.
film.
Like, you know, when you think you can get a Godfather set for the same price, it's got 3 movies, 2 cuts of another movie, loads of extras, looks wicked, and then they want to charge you that for one film. My God, man.
The thing is with that Rambo set, as much as it's nice, the box set's nice, and some of the like booklets are nice. It's just pictures. Majority of it is. It's just like cardboard trivia stuff. There's nothing really properly there. If it was a statue and an art book and the film for about £120, probably be a bit different.
Yeah,
I mean, it's aimed at the collector rather than the fan of the movie, innit? That's what sucks. Like, you know, I'm a big fan of Rambo, probably my favourite Stallone movie. Like, but I'm not padding with that cash. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Makes it impossible, really. Like,
Yeah,
but,
I agree.
it's nice though. Don't get me wrong, but you know.
Yeah, but you could also think, how many films could I get for that price of £100?
I know. I did drop £40 on that 8 Miles AVI exclusive. That's the most I spent in a while on one title.
That's a nice set, that is.
Yeah, it's nice, but it's still a little bit too much, I think, for what you get. But like I said, if the film does it for you, you will pay it, won't you? But that's why it's a collector's market now, not a fan's market.
I agree. I can remember when H&V, I think it was in 2017 or 2018 times, they had the bargain bins where you used to get bins full of stuff. £3 a title. I think quite a few people who do YouTube went to different sort of H&Vs and you used to pick out some amazing stuff. Now you go to H&V, you don't get none of that, which is a shame.
You end up putting half the stuff back these days because you walk around with it all in your hand and then you toten it up and you think, oh God, there's about £80 there. Like, do I really need it? And like I said, if you're getting 5 for 30, you feel like you're getting good value then, don't you? Like, it's worth the trip.
Yeah. I think earlier this year they did like a big blowout, clear out, like 50% off some titles. A lot of 101 titles went to like £2.99. I ended up buying a hoard of them. I got about 10 titles for about 20 odd quid, so it wasn't too bad. And now they've got them back on the shelves for 15 quid, so I did quite well there.
Yeah.
We've got Nige here saying, I got my Tesco Chainsaw Massacre 2 replacement slip.
What happened to Nige? What happened to his Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2? Because that was a Vinegar Syndrome release, wasn't it? Or Severin, only came out a couple of weeks ago. Vinegar Syndrome, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. I can't remember. We've got Matt here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Matt. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Matt.
Carl says, yes, I did. Nude. Wait, what?
His stream.
Yeah, you certainly weren't, Coro. You were drinking a nice cup of tea. Peter says the last 30 or so minutes of Origins Wolverine is full out ridiculous, and the first 30 minutes are great. I really enjoyed X-Men Origins Wolverine. It's silly fun. What do you think of it, Andy?
It's entertaining, but it's not great.
No. They did Deadpool dirty in that film, but what was the other one? The Blob. Oh, that was hilarious. All that scene was.
I remember once I was channel hopping once and I got to like E4 and it said Wolverine Origins and it was that scene where he was like in the wrestling ring with the Blob and I couldn't stop laughing. It's just like, what a scene to enter into.
Well, yeah, I turned it on at first and I thought it was Fat Bastard from Austin Powers in it. Oh dear. What about you, Mike? What do you think of X-Men Origins?
I mean, I don't mind it, but it is a very messy movie. It's like all over the place. But I think the best thing about it is probably Liev Schreiber as Sabretooth. I think he's awesome as Sabretooth. Like, I thought he was terrifying.
I agree with you there. It's a shame they haven't brought him back for like future Marvel projects. I think he's primed for his like own solo film or whatever.
Yeah,
quite good. And what about you, Bumper? Have you seen X-Men Origins?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. Suffers from being overstuffed with characters. When it first came out as well, I always remember it leaked before it had a cinema release, but it was like the special effects were half finished. But it was like a piracy version going around like on the internet or whatever, and you could watch it with half the special effects not done. So I don't think that helped my experience. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's got Ryan Reynolds in it, and stuff, and there's some good action in there. Like you say, Liev Schreiber's character. I prefer the other one though, the one in the Orient, set in the Orient.
The Wolverine.
Yeah, I thought that was underrated, that film.
Yeah, I agree. I really enjoyed that one too.
Yeah. I still don't think they've ever done Wolverine justice. Mind, I know Hugh Jackman was perfect casting, but apart from Logan, I just don't think they, X-Men as well. Obviously, X-Men 2 is really good, but as a standalone movie, I think, there's still not that like real standout title for me. Like, really, he never really quite nailed it. Not his fault; it's the writers and the directors, obviously. But I
feel like the Wolverine wanted to be R-rated so much, you could tell that they cut it out just before it was about to get quite gory in it.
I don't think it needed to be R-rated to be a success, man. They could have done a standalone Wolverine movie that without the violence. But I just think, like Captain America standalone movie, Iron Man standalone movie, they're like monumental movies, and they like, they really brought the characters on, but they never really done it with Wolverine. It was just you never really took it to a wide appeal, did it? Like the Marvel
That's
characters.
True. Yeah. And who can we forget? Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas and X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Is he the one who throws the cards or whatever? There's the one who throws the cards on there as well.
That's Gambit, isn't it?
Yeah, Gambit.
Yeah, I think he's in it as well. That's what I mean. It's overstuffed with characters, isn't it? I always remember that.
Yeah. Rogue Review says the Criterion polyester is a great release simply because it's the only way to access the Odorama cut of the film. Okay. What's the difference between the normal cut and the Odorama cut? And Rogue, yeah, tell us in the comments section. Is polyester the one with the bloke and the woman on the front cover? Like she's holding on to him or whatever?
I think so.
Yeah.
I've got like a dodgy DVD of it. I've not seen the Criterion cover.
Yeah, I think that's the Criterion one of it. But nah, never seen it. Nige says I got my Tesco Chainsaw Massacre 2 replacement slip. Awesome.
Sounds like you must have ordered and had a damaged slip. It's a pain, mine, because I ordered some stuff off Amazon from Scream Factory. Ordered 5 films and they just come in the thinnest envelope, no bubble wrap, no nothing like. And the steelbooks, they were damaged, but the sad thing is, I was expecting them to be anyway. Do you know what I mean? It's just got to that point. So, I mean, that's a really good release what Nigel's got there, mind. You're talking 40 quid worth of 4K, so they should have replaced it. But these packaging places, these warehouses or whatever, you can't blame Scream Factory, I don't suppose. But if they knew the way these were being treated, I don't know.
I do agree. Amazon's packing has gone down quite a lot just recently. Indicator's really good. They just pack hordes of bubble wrap in, and you don't mind paying for postage because they really look after the stuff.
I think the third-party sellers on Amazon with things like Scream Factory, though, when they're not actually sold by Amazon themselves. Even normal Amazon packaging would have been an improvement on what these come in. But it's like I said on one of my videos, sometimes you can buy a hooky DVD from Etsy and it comes better packaged than what it does when you buy it from Zavvi or somewhere. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, especially with all the prices you pay for some of these special editions.
They're the ones cutting corners but charging you the top dollar.
Absolutely. We got DVD and film book saying, also, it was rare I couldn't find a title I'm looking for in HMV. Now it's common. I don't know if my tastes have changed or there's less likely to stock them, or they really have less stock. It is, they just have less stock. Like, common titles can be so hard to get now. I remember I was looking for, like, Suspiria in the summer, and I had to go to different stores, but I did find one in Norwich. But a lot of films, quite recent films, are quite hard to find. They seem to have a shortage of stock, unless they're Marvel or something like that. They don't have loads of copies. Do you find it hard to get like some titles in H&B now, Andy?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, big time. I mean, there's some like mainstream movies that I don't even see in HMV. Like, I'm not even looking for them, but like if I know like big name titles, HMV just don't have them.
Yeah,
Weird.
I agree. It's the thing is now when you go into H&B, they don't really have many standouts now, like little like stand cardboard cutouts or whatever to like promote big films or offers. You have to search for them yourself on the shelves, which is a shame.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've noticed that things are harder to find now. I think I went in the other week looking for that Ghost Watch, and it wasn't there. But then when I went in last, there was loads of them there. They must have like restocked it or something. Yeah, it's strange.
It is. And what about you, Bumper?
Well, the problem is with that Ghost Watch is everybody wanted it for Halloween weekend.
Mm.
So by the time they restocked, the moment it passed for most people, I couldn't get it. Same as Mike, but now he's full of them now. But I couldn't get it on the day I wanted it. It's definitely less stock. Can you remember HMV when they used to sell loads of movies? They would have the tabs, wouldn't they? And it'd be all the movies that begun with A. And you'd have the actual names of the films on the tabs. And you'd have like 5 copies behind each tab. And you'd say you wanted a film, I don't know, Menace to Society. You go through and sooner or later you get the ends and you find it. Now, the horror section, especially Blu-ray, is about 8 shelves down and, two shelves wide. And what bugs me as well is half the time they got the horror DVDs next to the Blu-rays and you see good films on the DVDs. You think if that was a Blu-ray, I'd buy it. But because it's a DVD and you want $9.99 for it, I'm not going to bother. But, there's so many films I see in it. I on DVD and I think, who's buying this when you could get it on a Blu-ray? But, yeah, it's definitely less stock in it now. Way less. Way less. Now you've got to go on Amazon if you want a specific title rather than go to HMV. But back in the day, it never used to be like that. Like, you'd get it probably, but...
It's a shame for the big push for online. I can remember when they used to sell video games, used to be really good. They even used to trade them in. You get good prices for them. I know they're slowly getting them back into online, but I don't know whether they're selling them in store or not. We have David here saying, hi, Bumper. How many movies do you own in your collection, and do you own any steelbooks?
It's quite modest, my collection, but I do sort of catalogue them all on my phone. I'm glad I started doing that when I only had about 100 because it'd be a nightmare to do it now. But I got about 800. My shelves are a bit of a nightmare. They're stacked 3 deep, and then they're all stacked like 3 back and deep on top as well. I nearly enough can't get any more on there now. So I need to sort something out. But yeah, I got about 800. Yeah, I got some steelbooks. I do like a Screen Factory steelbook, but I don't know about you, but when I first started collecting, I used to think steelbooks were the best thing since sliced bread. I used to look at them, I used to think, oh my God, these are amazing. But as I've gone on now to be a bit more of a collector, I prefer, like an Arrow limited edition set or a German media book. I'm not quite so enamored with steelbooks like I used to be. Plus, a lot of the designs are lazy now. They used to be awesome, but now there's so many of them now. Like they don't even feel like it's only something rare anymore, does it? Unless it's a Screen Factory one or something, So, but yeah, I got some.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I do know what you mean with steelbooks. It feels like nearly every single film gets a steelbook these days, and there seems to be like a special event when a film got one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's how I used to love them, collecting them back in the day on Blu-rays, like Willow and RoboCop when they all first come round. But now they've been released so many times and whatever.
We've got Peter saying, Carl, you fuckface, why didn't you PM me ahead of it? We got Ernesto Radila. I'm not going to pronounce the rest of your name, saying this is entertainment. Oh, thank you for watching. we got Caro putting a devil face, I think. Rogue says an Oldorama is a scratch and sniff card with numbers. So when your numbers appear on the screen, you can scratch the number on the card and you smell what's on the screen. It was a gimmick to sell the movie. Oh my days, Bob. Thankfully they didn't do it with pink flamingos.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh dear. I can't believe that. Scratch and sniff card. Oh man. That's worth a buy just for the experience alone.
Good collector's item if you could find a movie from back in the day that had one with it, but I think I want to participate in it. I gotta be fair.
There's an odd choice, but it's interesting. We got the viewer Drew saying X-Men Origins Wolverine is a guilty pleasure for me because there's laughably bad effects and some cringy dialogue, but Hugh Jackman and Liev Schreiber's performance make it watchable. Absolutely. Yeah. We've got Rogue Review saying the Cardiff HMV stock of movies is shocking after the rebranding of the store. It's all just anime merch. But the Swansea branch has loads of movies section and you can find what you're looking for. Oh, that's good to hear. It does. What are they called now? The HMV shop now. They're not called HMV, they're called the HMV shop. And they're the ones that have all the stuff. They're these like gigantic anime toys. And I'm like, what the heck are they? And people buy them up like they're water. I'm just like, what?
Oh, they love that in Cardiff. I don't live too far from Cardiff. And they always have anime themed comic cons down there. And there's quite a big vibe for it. So probably do all right. I've never been there to the one in Cardiff. Well, the new now it's been redone, but does well.
But obviously, Stern and Miles, that's good, I suppose. As I said before, they've got to do what they can do to survive and get the people through the door, and there seem to be plenty of people through the door.
Yeah,
and they're still nabbing like special editions and exclusive Blu-rays and 4K, so that's something.
Yeah, Christmas time they should be busy anyway.
Should be. I'd be intriguing to see what they do for Black Friday. I know they normally do like 10 or 20% off everything, so hopefully that'll be on.
Do you still get the stand-up comedian DVDs at Christmas? Because I used to be big business for HMV. You know, you'd always go in and buy your old man like a comedy DVD as a stocking filler, wouldn't you? Like every comedian would have one out at Christmas time.
Yeah, it's like autobiographies. They seem to be like September, October, you know, it's Christmas because the autobiography and the minute comedy DVDs come out. DVD and Film Bloke says something nice YouTube has done is they've opened up the community tab to those under 500 subscribers, providing you have at least 2 months on the platform and don't have any strikes. Oh, that's brilliant to hear. The community tab is a great little tool that allows you to chat with like your subscribers and see what they like about the channel or not. So yeah, great move. Peter says just don't bring up White Black Panther. Wait, what? Peter says they should made an X-Men Origins Sabretooth with Liev Schreiber. I agree. Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says mine opened the other day, and when I got it, I don't know what it's called, but I was so looking forward to YouTube opening it up to me. Now I have no idea what to do with it. It's just like a little thing to keep people updated with, like what videos you got coming up, or give out little polls, or ask people what they want to see on the channel. This is a nice little way to keep up with like your viewers.
It's a similar operating system to Instagram, really, and it like just put a picture on, you know, people give a thumbs up, comment.
Yeah, it's a really nice little addition. Glad to see they've made it available for everybody. The viewer Drew says, think Liev Schreiber is the best Sabretooth because he had some depth into him. Tyler Mane wasn't bad as Sabretooth in the first X-Men movie, but he didn't talk much. I can't really remember him in the first X-Men movie. All I can remember is Liev Schreiber.
Tyler Mane on the Michael Myers and the Rob Zombie Halloweens.
Yeah.
I can't picture him as Sabretooth, but yeah, I thought I recognised his name, yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, I bet you didn't see that stupid Daniel Craig commercial for Belvedere vodka. I saw up on a journey to London this week. Craig is something different. What a fucking knob. I give up. It's directed by Taika Waititi as well. I watched it and I thought, what the fuck is this?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, it come up saying, watch this incredible ad of Daniel Craig. All he's doing is walking around like he's fucking Austin Powers, and he in. This, and then you got Taika Waititi pop up at the end, just like, yeah, I created this advert, and it's just like, yeah, it's not funny.
He's alright tight, whatever his name is, but only in small doses, like in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he's great in a bit now. He is. He's getting a bit like Melissa McCarthy.
He's a bit like overcooked, the same comedy all the time. Like, but it worked for Thor Ragnarok, mine, but couldn't carry it forward in Love or Thunder, really, or Love and Thunder.
Yeah. We have Ian Hill, the Ramblings here, saying hi everyone. Hope you're all well. Hey Ian, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey
Ian. We've got Mike's DVD and Blu-ray collection here, saying hey guys. Hey Mike, thanks for joining. DVD and Film Book says it was last year. I think they opened it up to those with over 500 subscribers. Yeah, I think I got it when I had 500 subscribers. That gave me a message. DVD and Film Bloke says, I found that out from you, Pete, because when I first checked out your channel, I thought, how do you have a community tab with the 600 subscribers? I found out, yeah. Andy says, has anybody checked out the new series on Netflix called Asian Apocalypse? I haven't heard of it. You guys?
Heard of it. Not heard of that one.
No.
Is it a documentary or is it dramatized? Don't know.
Let's have a look. Ancient.
I started watching that Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities, but I've got to admit, I think I've fallen asleep doing every episode I tried to watch. I don't know if any of you have been watching it. If you haven't,
no.
It looked kind of good from the trailers, and I was kind of intrigued to watch it, but I haven't got around to it. I know he's doing the Pinocchio this year, which I'm pretty looking forward to because his style with the stop motion looks good.
Yeah, I think he only directed one episode of Cabinet of Curiosities, and the rest is other directors. But I must say, it wasn't bad or anything, but just reminded me then talking about TV shows, because I don't watch a lot of TV shows, but I made a point with that one, but I don't think it was lived up to my expectations, to be honest.
Yeah. I just checked out this on Google, and apparently Asian Apocalypse is some sort of archaeological sort of TV show where they dig up stuff. So, I haven't heard of it, mate. We've got Peter here saying Sabretooth is cooler in the comics. He is a totally sadistic psycho animal. Oh, I've never read any comics. Andy Stuff says, watch Aquaman for the first time in a few years and thought, what's your thoughts on it? For me, the action is really good, but it struggled when Amber Heard was trying to act. Yeah, I like the film. It's pretty fun. I think, the weakest part there is Amber Heard. It's a solid, enjoyable DC film. Not the worst, but not the best. I prefer Shazam. I thought that was a lot of fun. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I really like Aquaman. I think it's pretty good. It's one of the better DC movies in that universe, and it's entertaining. It's a treat for the eyes when you watch it, but it's fine. Enjoy it.
Yeah. Still waiting for that sequel. You seen it, Mike?
You know what? I've still not seen Aquaman. I've been meaning to watch it ever since it came out, and I just have not got around to watching it. Yeah, I need to watch it at some point.
I think it was on TV at the weekend, or it's coming up this weekend. I've seen it advertised.
Yeah, I think it's on the ITV Hub at the minute. I think.
What was it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I think they're playing Shazam this weekend.
Oh, Shazam next week. Oh,
yeah. That's
good to see it's hitting TV. What about you, Bumper? Have you seen Aquaman?
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm quite biased because James Wan's, if not my favorite, definitely my top 3 favorite modern directors. So yeah, I like Aquaman. Again, it suffers from being slightly overlong, but it's got this one scene in it where they fight these trench monsters, and it's just awesome. I haven't got no beef with Amber Heard. Her acting serviceable enough for me. got Patrick Wilson in. I got nothing against Patrick Wilson, but he just turns up in all these James Wan films. And I wonder if James Wan can make a film without him, really. But I wouldn't, But apart from that, that's a small gripe. Seeing his face all the time, I thought Aquaman's pretty good. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So the bad guy's in it. The bad guy in it is good. He's a good actor. He's the guy who plays the boy in Candyman in the Candyman remake.
Yeah.
Yahya Nadeem.
Yeah, that's it. He's in
His name
ambulance.
is.
Really well built,
Yeah.
like good shape. He plays the matinee or the mantinee, something like
Black
that. It
Manta,
is.
is
Black
it?
Manta.
That's
Yeah.
it. You got it. My law's not great with comic book stuff, but yeah. So he's a good character as well. So yeah, I thought that man's pretty decent. Yeah, fair dude.
Yeah, he's a really good actor. Definitely with the new Candyman and Ambulance.
Yeah, he's good in Aquaman as well. So, and he's supposed to be the main bad guy in the sequel as well. So the quicker they get the sequel out, the better, really, because see what's going on.
Yeah, I know it's been delayed quite a few times till next year now because of what's gone on. So hopefully it'll come out soon.
You just don't know with DC, do you? What move they're making from 1 minute to the next, like.
No, it always keeps changing with them.
It's silly, really, because they have got some good films now. They've laid the foundation that they couldn't do at first, but they seem to want to ignore it all again. I just don't know what's the matter with them.
They don't have a clear path. They just don't know what they want to do.
Everybody
Hopefully now
wants
with
Batman,
James Gunn there, they could do something.
Well, everyone wants Ben Affleck as Batman, don't they? I don't care how good the last one was with Robert Pattinson. Everyone wants that Batman movie with Ben Affleck, don't they? Just do it, just bring them all back. Henry Cavill, they might not be the best actors in the world, but they got something there, man. They just need to get the right direction going,
I do have to say, I really like Ben Affleck as Batman. I think he's very
everyone
good.
wants to see the film, don't they? The world's crying out for it. But, and,
pardon?
I was going to say with the after credits scene on Black Adam as well, do you know what I mean? They're not quite letting it go yet, are they? Do you know? So they just need to sort themselves out and make up their mind, get a clear path like Marvel, and let us know what's happening for the next, few years, whatever.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on next week, let alone next year.
No, because they got a plethora of good characters here at their disposal.
Yeah. DVD Phoblock says, forgot to say I ordered The Lodger, a story of London fog, Alfred Hitchcock's most successful silent film. Oh, never heard of that one. You guys seen it?
Nope.
No, not seen that one.
We've got the 4K lowdown here saying, what's up, guys? Hey, mate, thanks for joining. Hope you're doing well.
Thanks.
And he says, what is the next movie you guys want to see in the cinema? Oh, for me, I'm going to say Avatar 2. I'm more intrigued than anything, so I'll say Avatar 2.
Yeah, probably the Avatar 2 as well. Just because there's just been so much coverage on it, I think, in the last few years.
Oh, I see somebody post on Facebook the other day about Avatar 2. There was a news article from about 10 years ago. Avatar 2 release date 2014. How wrong is that?
Oh, God.
Oh, dear. Apparently it was a locked-in date, and I was like, how fucking wrong is that? 8 years out, jeez. I still have to pinch myself that it's coming out next month. I still think they're going to blooming delay it the day before. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, it's probably Avatar 2 for me as well. I think at the end of the day, it's still a James Cameron movie, and we haven't had one for years. And I do really like James Cameron, so just the fact that it's a James Cameron movie is enough for me to want to go and see it.
Yeah, that is the big thing. It's just the mysteriousness nature of it. It's been so long, so many delays. It's got to be worth the wait. And what about you, Bumper?
Oh God, I'm trying to rack my brains with the films that are coming up. I'm not excited for Avatar 2 really, but I will see it. So I'm a bit of a hypocrite really, but I will watch it. But I don't know. This I'm wondering is that horror Christmas one coming out. I say horror thriller with David Harbour.
Oh, Violent Night or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
yeah, that would pique my interest maybe a bit more than Avatar 2. But that just gives you an understanding of the sort of movies I like to watch, really. But yeah, I can't think of anything else that's coming out. Evil Dead Rise, I don't know if that's going to go straight to streaming or be in the cinema. I don't know, really.
I think it's coming to cinema next spring. It's been confirmed
Oh,
for
God,
cinema.
that far away, is it? Wow.
I don't think there's much coming out now for the rest of the year, bar Avatar and that Violent Night. Don't think I'm hearing much coming out.
You've got award season now, don't you? So you've got a lot more of the arty films around sort of Boxing Day, January, which is fine. You always get one or two good ones out of them, but not your average Joe kind of movies, like your action-packed ones.
Yeah. We've got Vinyl Dale here saying evening, guys. Evening, Dale. Thanks for joining. DVD from Filmbook says I discovered they released The Legend of Billie Jean on Blu-ray. I was going to get it, but at 16 quid, I decided against it. It might be cheaper online. Yeah, probably will be.
Yeah, I think it's 11 quid on Amazon at the moment, currently, and that's the cheapest I've seen it, because I've been wanting to get that movie, but it's always just so expensive.
Yeah, 11 quid on Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that's not too bad. That's a good price.
I watched it the other night. It still holds up. It's an awesome movie.
Yeah.
I've seen the front cover of it, but I don't know what it's about. It looks like the front cover reminds me of Street Fighter more than anything.
It's one of the best like female empowered movies that never gets talked about. It's just she's just absolutely kick ass in the lead. It's Helen Slater.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a go. You seen it, Bumper?
No, I can't say I have. At the want of sounding a bit thick, but obviously there's a Michael Jackson song called Billie Jean. So what came first, the Michael Jackson song or the film?
I think the song came first, yeah.
That was the only question I had on it, really. I might check it out if it's good. Yeah.
Must admit, Bumper, I thought, did they turn that Billie Jean song into a film? When I first heard of it.
It's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Like, you know.
I don't think the film's got anything to do with the song.
No. Is this a female action revenge type film? Is it? Or
yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Bit of a like Cynthia Rothrock type character, is it? Or
yeah, I'd say so. It's not like action heavy, but it's there's a decent story there. And
when was it made? What year?
I think it was, I want to say 86, 87.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye for it then. I've had some good recommendations from watching these streams before, so yeah, I'll have a look.
Yeah, but it's the Blu-ray of it has always been full price for like the longest time, and it dropped to like £11 on Amazon. So I was like, yeah, I'm getting it at that price because I've never seen it that low before. But it's got a great cast in it. Christian Slater's in it as well.
I just see that.
Yeah,
I'm sold. I've added it to
interesting.
He plays like a brother in it. Keith Gordon's in it as well from Christine. He's in it as well. Yeah.
Cool, man. I'll check that out.
Yeah. Another one to add to my ever-growing list.
Well, I got one of them, don't worry.
Rogue says Masculine Feminine is a French new wave film directed by the late great Jean-Luc Godard.
Oh, okay.
I do like French new wave cinema, but no, I haven't seen that one.
No. We've got Josh saying Punch Drunk Love is one of my favourites. Yeah, I agree. It's a great film. Dr. Impossible says, what's the best James Dean film you've seen?
He only made 3, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I'd probably just have to say Rebel for me, probably. Rebel Without a Cause.
He only made, what was it, Rebel Without a Cause, East of Eden, and Giant.
Yeah, I was going to say, because the only one I know is Giant, because I bought the 4K not so long ago, and it does say it was his last ever performance, but it was also only his third performance. There we are. Not quite as iconic as it first sounded.
Yeah, I think it's Rebel Without a Cause for me. Yeah, I see a box set for that in H&B, and a complete collection. It was like 3 movies. I was like, I thought he did more.
Yeah, you think so with the name he got, but
The viewer Drew says, out of 3 movies, which one do you think has the best practical effects? T-1000 effects, Terminator 2, Werewolf transformation in Werewolf in London, or Doc Ock's arms in Spider-Man 2? Ooh, that's a good question, mate. What do you think, Andy?
I'm gonna have to give it to American Werewolf in London, just because that's the earliest and it still holds up. Yeah, that's really the only reason why. There's no CG in that movie at all. It has to create the effect practically. You didn't have an option, and it still holds up.
Yeah.
Not taking anything away from the other two, but that for me is just, I think as time's gone on, that's still the more impressive one.
I definitely do agree with you there. Over 40 years old, and it still holds up immaculately well today. Mike?
Yeah, I'd have to say American Werewolf, just for the same reasons that Andy said, really. It still holds up. It's the older movie. That transformation scene's great. It's crazy. It took them like a week to shoot that scene, and it's only like 2 or 3 minutes. Well, probably not even that, like a minute long. And just still holds up. It's brilliant.
Yeah. And Bumper?
Yeah, I mean, the effects work in American Werewolf is great in Rick Baker, like you can't fault it. But I do like the effects in Terminator 2, because Terminator 2 came out at a time when there was still kind of like landmark movies. Now, like every Friday, there's a movie out with a big cast, or there's 3 or 4 movies out with a big cast. But in the 90s, when Terminator came out, Jurassic Park was the same. They were like these landmark movies, like everybody had to see them. The queues were round the block, and that was because they pushed the envelope for special effects. Like it was the next best thing. And although CGI wasn't the first one used first time in Terminator 2, it was used like seamlessly with the film. It looks a little bit cheap now by the standards, but it looked really real back then, didn't it? And it was just like a landmark really in special effects for movies. And then it wasn't beaten then until Jurassic Park come along and gave you those really realistic dinosaurs. Like now, you're not impressed by special effects. In fact, you down talk most of the time these days and say they're not at the par, but back then it was just jaw dropping. So yeah, I always remember T2 when that came out, the special effects. Around you like everyone loving it.
Yeah. T2 special effects are great, but yeah, I have to agree with Andy. Exact same reasons he said. First film still holds up incredible.
Yeah, it's great.
We've got Edward here saying, who's seen Black Panther Forever and what did you think of it? Yeah, we talked about this earlier on in the stream, Edward. Andy and Bub have seen it. Me and Mike haven't. DVD and Filmbloke says, really the only weak part of Sweeney Todd were the songs. They're not bad, they just sound the same and only work in the context of the movie itself. Not good for listening on their own.
Is he talking about the one with Johnny Depp in the recent one?
Yeah,
there's some good tunes in there. Yeah, there's Ali G in it. Ali G's in it, and he's
Sacha Baron Cohen. Yeah,
the Miracle Elixir song that gets stuck in your head. Yeah, I quite like the songs in that film. Yeah, maybe they don't work listening to them in the car, but I don't listen to them in the car. So.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen the film yet, but I've heard a couple of songs, and yeah, they're mostly to do with what's going on in the film. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, the songs are they're just organic to the movie. Can't really. I do agree with that comment. You can't really be going for a jog or going for a walk listening to
lifting weights. That's really told.
Yeah,
it's not the sort of song you'd be busting out for karaoke, hey?
No.
DVD from Film Black saying that the songs don't really slow the film down at all. It's just the songs themselves are a bit nah. Yeah, I can get that.
I've only ever seen it once, but I remember thinking it was okay.
Vinyl Dave says T2 effects were incredible for the time. Nintendo used the same technology for Donkey Kong Country for the SNES. Yes, I did hear something about that. Yeah, Donkey Kong was really great for the time. Rogue says Pink Flamingos doesn't come with a sick bag in the UK, but it does in the US. Oh, so we must have stronger stomachs then.
It's actually true in it. There's a couple of horror films that have had the endings changed for American audiences, like The Descent is one of them. So there is a bit of truth to that, actually. But anyone who needs a sick bag for pink flamingos, don't know how to watch a Serbian film, I can tell you. Gee whiz.
Right. Dr. Impossible says, also, what's the best police procedural drama thriller you've ever seen committed to film?
Well,
That's a good
Silence of the
question.
Lambs, that falls into that category, does it?
Yeah.
That's good.
7, would you say that?
They're definitely dark police thrillers. Trying to think of something a bit more run of the mill, but
Oh, I'm thinking of this Police Academy, and that's certainly not one of them.
no, I can't always think of Crack. I always think of Cracker. I do from ITV when people speak about police procedural dramas or other stuff on ITV. I suppose.
Or The Bill.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think of films really. I think more towards TV shows.
One that came to mind for me is, but it's not really a drama, is Hot Fuzz.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's one. Have you got one, Mike?
Would you say like Zodiac, David Fincher? Is that like? Would you say that's police procedural? Yeah, something like that, or maybe like Memories of Murder, Bong Joon-ho. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good film. That's fair play.
We have the viewer Drew says T2 has effects that even to this day hold up. Wow. Yeah, I agree. We have Vinyl Dave here saying you're right, they still hold up. Yeah. We got Joe Darpin here saying great live stream, guys. Good to see Bumper on board. Thanks for joining, Joe.
Cheers, mate.
DVD for Film Bloke says the thing with T2, it was you only used CGI where there were no practical way to make the effects, such as the morphing. It used both practical and CGI. We have Stream of Time Saves 9 saying, Evening gang, what foreign language actors do you rate highly? Oh, thanks for joining, mate. Foreign actors. Oh, that's a good question. The one that goes straight to the top of my head, is it Javier Bardem? Isn't he like Spanish, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in some good films, Javier Bardem.
Yeah. You got any, Andy?
Mads Mikkelsen.
Oh, yeah.
Great. The guy, I forget his name, but the guy who played Hitler in Downfall. Fucking hell, what a performance that was.
Yeah. Monica Bellucci and Jackie Chan as well.
Jackie Chan, yeah. Marion Cotillard, she's pretty good actress. She's in Dark Knight Rises. Some good films. I wish you'd said directors, really, because I love loads of foreign directors, but actors. Gerard Depardieu, he's one of the famous ones, isn't he? Or Depardieu, or however you say his name.
Yeah.
Jean Reno as well, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes. I suppose you could say Arnie as well.
Could do, yeah. Still don't know what language he speaks, bloody hell. There's loads in there, I suppose.
There's quite a few. Can you think of any, Mike?
Christoph Waltz.
Yeah, he's great. When he plays a bad guy, especially.
Oh, what's that German actor who was in Captain America: Civil War, and he's in the new All Quiet on the Western Front? Oh,
is he the guy who's in the F1 movie with Chris Hemsworth?
Yeah, Rush. Yeah.
Is he like Yui?
Oh God, what's his name?
He's got a weird.
Think of it.
I want to say Yuri Bremner, but he's like the guy who went to the moon, and he or something like that. Something like that, anyway.
But yeah,
I know the guy you mean, knows. Yeah.
Daniel Brühl.
That's it.
That's the guy. Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
I was thinking Rutger Hauer as well.
Yes. Yes, very good one there. The reviewer says the DVD for Film Vote, the blend of practical effects and CGI in T2 was perfect. Absolutely. We've got David here saying, Mike, how many 4Ks do you own, Blu-rays, and how many steelbooks do you own?
4K is probably maybe about 50. I'm guessing. I'm not too sure. It's probably about 50. Steelbooks, might be about the same. I think I'm quite similar to what Bumper was saying. Like I used to love collecting steelbooks, but I've really gone off them now. I think the problem I have now with them is the price. Like have you guys seen the price for the Reservoir Dogs steelbook that's coming out? It's the 4K one, like 35 quid, I think it is, just for a steelbook. It's just crazy.
It's got such a cool lenticular cover as well that you want it, but just holding you to ransom, man.
Yeah.
For me, I do think some of the steelbooks look nice, but I just kind of prefer the practicality of having just a plastic case. I think paying the extra £5 or £10 for the tin book, steelbook, it's not worth it in my opinion. If I find them cheap, different matter, I'll get them, but I won't go out my way and buy.
You said earlier, they do them for every movie now, so they don't feel so special as when you used to just get them for the odd one, you know.
Yeah, I can remember they did a steelbook for Mrs. Brown's Boys, the movie as well. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
That was the death of steelbooks, I imagine. It pointed to that moment, I guess.
DVD before Block says the viewer Drew agreed today. They just abuse CGI because they can. Cough, cough. George Lucas. Yeah. The viewer Drew says, "Here's a question for everyone: which Jai Courtney performance do you think is worse, Terminator Genesis or A Good Day to Die Hard?"
I'll have to Google Jai Courtney. I got to be fair. I recognise the name. I can't picture it.
Well,
where my phone's gone.
Terminator Genesis and Good Day to Die Hard is like comparing shit with shit. I don't know what to pick.
Yeah.
I think if I see... Sorry.
Oh.
What are you saying, Mike?
And I think if I see his name in the credits for a movie, I just automatically don't want to watch it because I just think he's just a terrible actor. And it's hard to choose out of those two movies because not only is he bad at them, but both of the movies are just awful. It's hard to choose. I'd probably have to say Terminator Genesis because for me, nobody can play Kyle Reese other than Michael Biehn.
Yeah, I would probably agree with you. Terminator Genesis, awful film. I had to turn it off when I first watched it. I was like, this is absolute rubbish. Yeah, it's awful. Definitely not very good. Andy, what about you?
I'm gonna have to say A Good Day to Die Hard just because when I saw Terminator Genesis at the cinema and I knew it was bad, but I was entertained. Arnie's in it, which is a plus to the movie, but A Good Day to Die Hard, although Bruce Willis is in it, he's phoning it in, Bruce Willis in that film. He really is. Yeah. It's a paycheck movie for him.
Absolutely.
It's just the two movies absolutely epitomize mediocrity.
Yes.
They're just, it's so forgettable and so bland. And just don't do anything new in it. Are only really in their franchises by name alone. They don't contribute anything to their franchises.
Hollywood as its most laziness.
Yeah, they're just god awful. This is really, really tough, but I will have to say the worst probably for me is Good Day to Die Hard.
Yeah, I can get that. And what about you, Bumper?
My decision will be a bit loose. So, A Good Day to Die Hard, does he play Bruce Willis's son in that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, my Terminator lore is not very good after Terminator 2. So, which is the one with Sam Worthington and Christian Bale? Is that Genesis?
Salvation.
And which is the one with the blonde woman? What's her name?
What, her
Emilia Clarke?
No, I don't know. Anyway, I think she's in Terminator 3, actually, the more I think about it.
Christina Loken.
That's it. That's what I was thinking of. So Genesis is somewhere in between there. I don't know. I can't remember it at all. I can't. So, and that Jai Courtney, I think I see him in a film with Liam Neeson looking at his face, and that was crap as well. So.
Was that the one, Honest Thief, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
pretty bad, yeah. Fever Drew says, exactly, when you compare the effects of T2 to the effects in more modern films, it makes CGI in more modern films look even worse. Yeah. I think most Marvel films are 90% green screen anyway now.
Yes, just the way it is, unfortunately, I suppose.
Stream of Time saves 9 says, yesterday I watched a great Disney film from the 90s called The Run with Patrick Dempsey and Kelly Lynch in the film. It was a great thriller worth hunting down. I've never heard of it before. You guys heard of it? Andy?
Yeah, it was Terence McGuire who put me onto that film. Run. So check it out. It's really good. Really good 90s movie. It's sort of like Patrick Dempsey's like he sort of gets into like the underground blackjack world, and he ends up having this argument with this like really like top mob guy, and something happens, and he ends up getting pretty much chased by the mob like the entire movie. Really enjoyed it. Good time with it.
Oh, I'm checking it out now. It does sound quite good, and I'm gonna gather it's not on Disney Plus.
I was about to ask that then as well.
Oh dear.
You've got to be careful with Disney films sometimes. They have different titles as well over the years, but no, I can't
I think
say
it's got Kelly Preston in, who was John Travolta's wife who passed away.
Yeah, Patrick Dempsey and Kelly Lynch, okay as well. Like not, star-studded cast, but like they're both watchable.
Yeah, it's a good fun. It's a good fun film. Like if you've got like 90 minutes to kill,
it's a good comedy from the 80s with Patrick Dempsey, I think, called "Can't Buy Me Love." Have you seen that? With the guy standing with the telescope. Yeah, it's a good film. That is.
You seen this, Mike?
No, I've heard of it. I know the poster. It's like, it's kind of like a red poster, isn't it?
Yeah, it just says like one over and over again in red. Yeah.
We've got David here saying, Andy, do you own more DVDs or do you have more Blu-rays? What do you own more of, mate?
Yeah, so Blu-rays is about 1,1700, and DVDs as well into 3,000. And I've got about 120 4Ks.
Ah, very nice.
So, yeah.
You keep count, don't you?
Yeah, I'm nearly 200 away from 5,000. Nearly.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, what a collection.
Thanks.
I've got Vinyl Dale here saying, what's the better movie, RoboCop or The Terminator?
Oh, God.
I've
seen RoboCop more, if that means anything, but
yeah.
Terminator's great as well. I don't know.
I'm going to say Terminator. I really enjoyed that. I think it's a great sort of sci-fi slasher sort of film. I prefer it more than the second one, just a little bit more. Arnie's so terrifying in it, and I think it's his best performance ever in any film. What about you guys, Andy?
This is impossible. It really is. This is where you're just like, fuck it, Mac and me. That's the answer.
If in date, Mac and me.
No, I'm gonna have to give it a hair to RoboCop, the director's cut of RoboCop.
Okay.
Yeah, just because that movie entertains me a bit more with its violence. I'll say that, but my God, just the 2 10 out of 10 movies, they're just awesome.
It is a hard choice.
It's a hard choice, this.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Neither. They're both the same. They're both great in terms of quality. I don't know. It's like having to choose between your two kids. Like which one's better? I don't know. I really can't say. They're both perfect for me. I really can't choose. So yeah, that's my answer.
What about you, Bumper?
Oh man, it's like when you go into a restaurant and order gammon and they ask you if you want pineapple or egg in it. Really. RoboCop's the Friday night beer and pizza movie, and Terminator's the more Saturday night sort of get stuck into movie. I was going to say RoboCop, but then the more I think about it, like the music in Terminator and just how the screen sizzles with like the heat coming off the ground, and there's more goosebump moments in Terminator. I gotta be fair, and RoboCop's just insanely quotable as well, isn't it? I don't know, man. It's just all I'll say is we need a release of Terminator to pique my interest in it again, because RoboCop, there's a plethora of different releases to get stuck into. Terminator, there's not.
That's true. Yeah, that desperately needs a 4K.
Oh, 100%. Like you said, I think they'd be more interested in the first one at this precise moment in time, because to be honest, the second one's on ITV2 every bloody night, so you're not sure to watch it, but you don't see the first one as much, really.
That's true.
Yeah. I'll be back in a minute.
No worries. We've got Rogue here saying, imagine to get Rolling Thunder revenue on Criterion for $19.99 in the 2 for 30 deal. It was misstickered as DVD, which was in the deal, and the Blu-ray is normally 26 quid. So in the end, I managed to save 13 quid. Oh, that's fair enough. That's a really good deal then.
Yeah, it's always nice, isn't it, when you going over on CEX or HMV with the pricing.
Oh, yeah.
CEX especially used to be good, but they're a bit more switched on now these days.
You see people online there pick up like an Arrow edition of like a film for like 2 or 3 quid because they're mistakenly priced it, and you're just like, I wish that could happen in my local.
I know it don't happen in the store, does it? It's always questionable as well. Like these people who work in these stores, they're not stupid. They know what's worth more. So how much of the rare stuff that comes in actually even makes it to the shelf? Do you know what I mean? That's the other thing I always think as well with CEX. How much are they giving for this?
I think you do get a few people who are a bit switch on there, and they know like what sells, and they keep it for a side for when they finish work and probably pick up.
That's what I mean. You got to pay the price of the trade-in, haven't they, rather than the purchase price. So sneaky.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. We have Edward here saying, do you know how long the Criterion sale is on for? I'd say about 2 or 3 weeks, mate. It's only just started this week, so you've got a good 2 or 3 weeks to go. We've got Josh saying Tar is about Cate Blanchett, sold already, who plays a composer who was caught up in many troubles during her career. It's extremely haunting and chaotic, even if it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. Okay, I'm sold there. Yeah, sounds good.
2 hours 40, gosh.
Hey, Brett. Brett, walk on, always believe. Watch you guys. Hope you're okay and having a nice day. Hope you're doing well, Brett. Thanks for joining me. Rogue Review says, guess what, guys? Multiple Maniacs and Female Trouble are in the Criterion sale if you want your early John Walters fix.
Might have a look.
I think I'll pass.
I didn't know about this Criterion sale, but it's in my head now. The seed's been planted, so I'm going to have a look when we finish up later, see what's on there. Whenever
you hear a sale, you just have a little look. Just a little look won't hurt. And then there's a basket full of stuff. Dr. Impossible says, what's the most convoluted plot you've ever seen in a film or TV series that makes you almost go borderline insane? Pretty much every British soap like Coronation Street and Emmerdale. Who's sleeping with who this week?
God, convoluted.
Oh dear. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Any of the Transformers sequels?
Yep.
So a lot of the timelines on the horror franchises get a bit convoluted, don't they? But
yeah,
over the years, I'm trying to think of a movie that's just like insanely complicated, but I don't know. What about Inception? Would that class as being convoluted? I don't know what went on in it. So much stuff going on.
Yeah, when I first watched that confused the fuck out of me, to be fair. I was like, what happened here? I know a lot of people found Tenet convoluted a bit, and I didn't find it too bad. I thought it was mostly just the sound effects with that was the problem.
I used to think the old film with John Lithgow, Raising Cain, I used to think that was a real complex movie when I was younger. But I watched it recently, and it's not really that not as complex. I thought it's good. Don't get me wrong. When I was younger, I could never get my head around that film. It used to be on Sky Movies, and I used to watch it and just think, what the hell? But good film, though.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? You got any?
There's a couple that come to mind, and I'm not sure if they're like convoluted, but I just remember when I watched them, I don't know if I was just not in the mood when I was watching them, but they just went totally over my head. But one of them's Brazil by Terry Gilliam. I don't know, I just could not get into that film and didn't have a clue what was going on. And the other one's A Scanner Darkly with Keanu Reeves.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah. That one did confuse me a bit. It just kind of reminded me of GTA the movie with its art style. DVD even film star, DVD even film bloke says Empire of Dreams is on Disney Plus. It's on the bonus disc from the 2004 original trilogy DVD set. It came in its own case. Got it off eBay for a couple of quid at the end of 2020. Oh, I'll have a look on eBay, and if I can't watch it, I'll watch it on Disney Plus. It sounds great. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah, I'll have a look on Disney Plus, yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke also says, I have the 2008 DVD set of the original trilogy with the unaltered versions, Laserdisc transfer, so they both go well together. Ah, that sounds brilliant.
Yeah, the versions without the modern special effects are much better. Because I think you got them, you Mike. I remember you showing them on Instagram before.
Yeah,
Star Wars movies.
I got some printed covers.
I know they were not official, but you know
they're certainly the best way to watch the films.
Yeah, I think I just got them for Pepsi.
Yeah, I've got like some custom covers for mine.
Much better way to watch the film, much more nostalgic, like, you know what I mean? You don't need all
authentic, I think. Yeah, way more authentic.
You know, I don't mind extra scenes, like the extra scenes with Jabba the Hutt, no, but they just don't look right, do they? Because the special effects are distinct, really. Like, one minute it looks modern, it looks old. It just, I don't know. I prefer those ones for sure.
Oh, for me, it's the singing scene in the bloody Revenge of the Jedi. I've just like skip that. Oh, dreadful.
No, it's all gone back to normal in that one.
That's how I like it. DVD and Film Bloke says the disc has some promo stuff, mostly for Revenge of the Sith, following the release in 2005, but it's worth it for Empire Dreams, which is like 2.5 hours long. Oh, I'll definitely give that a go. Always like a Star Wars documentary. But Walk On Always Believe, Brett says, Bumpers, thought I'd let you know on Amazon there's Eureka's of Kyra Dan, £12.50 in Oba Baba for $11.95. Hope that helps.
Cheers, mate. I've had some versions in my basket for a while on Amazon, actually, but just one of those ones, and it just never seemed to push the button.
Rogue says, Watership Downs on Criterion in the USA is going out of print due to the rights being taken away from Criterion, and probably due to what's going on with the legal case with this guy as well.
I didn't know it had a Criterion release in America.
No, I think probably make them over here through Criterion if they can sort it out. David says, everyone needs to subscribe to your channel. You all have amazing channels and videos. You're all amazing guys. Keep up the amazing work. Oh, thanks ever so much, David. DVD from Film Bloke says there's quite a few bonus discs floating around on eBay for cheap. I guess the demand and people like having things missing from their sets. Yeah. I'll have to have a look. Brett says I've ordered Black Phone and Bullet Train on Blu-ray off Amazon for £220. So happy to own the Blu-ray set of Terrifier finally. Yes, I remember you said you got that the weekend. Oh, hope you enjoy that, Brett, and I'll have to have a look on Amazon for the offer of Black Phone and Bullet Train. £20, that's quite a good price. David says, H&B in London, it was the best one shop. It had 5 floors and it was the biggest. It's a shame it's closed down on Oxford Circus, Oxford Street. That was such an iconic store. Such a shame they got rid of it. They still got one in London, haven't they? Bop, is it?
Yeah, as in that. Well, I don't know if it's Leicester Square because they're all so close together, but I would call it Leicester Square. Yeah, it's just by there. Look.
Oh, I've seen videos of it, but my geography of London's terrible.
I went there last August. Well, this August just gone. And I tell you what, downstairs they have got some great obscure titles. They might be on DVD, they might be on a obscure label, Blu-ray. They're not like set up in any order. It's sort of like rummaging through a not a charity shop, but like a random loads of films. But I've seen some good ones. I could have spent a couple of hours in there looking at the obscure stuff downstairs. Fair dues.
Yeah, I've seen the downstairs like on people's videos. There's hordes of stuff. Never seen so many 4Ks before.
Oh, you see some films in there, and you'd be like, "What films do you remember from years ago? Like that you didn't even know were out on Blu-ray and DVD." But they cost you mine. Don't get me wrong, but you know.
Yeah, I can imagine. We've got Streamer Time Saves 9. Have you guys ever seen a great psychological thriller called Night Digger, made in the 70s? One Archive put out a few years ago. Don't think I've heard of that one. Have you guys heard of it?
No.
Yeah.
Can't say I have.
Yeah. Rogue Review says H&B in Cardiff has an area dedicated for the live performances upstairs on the balcony, looking over the first floor so it doesn't get in the way. Oh, that's good.
Is it though? How much have they got to pay to have these bands? I'd rather them just knock a couple of quid off their movies and not have a band there. Don't mean to say miserable or anything, but
I think they're mostly all just local bands, aren't they? Who they have?
Well, they might be. Yeah, they might be doing it for the love. I suppose if it gets people in there, it gets people in there. But I don't know, man.
That's the thing. I know when they did it in our local one, I had a word with them. Did they get a lot of people come in? Apparently, when they started playing, everybody went out. So whether they weren't very good.
It's the last thing you want when you're trying to concentrate and look at some films, loads of booming music.
I think the biggest problem with ours is it's such low ceiling and it's quite claustrophobic. And once that music starts playing, I can imagine that would give you a headache. It'd be that loud. Dr. Impossible says, hurry up and get them. Consider the premium collection is finished. So what's left in the stores is it? Yeah, there's rumours that the premium collection is finished. I hope not, but it's been like nearly a year now and we haven't got anything. So yeah, I might get 1 or 2 in the sale. Rogue says, but what worrying is H&B Cardiff is one of the H&B stores. Main stores, which is why it got refitted into H&B shop and reorganised. They kind of remind me of that shop called Gifted. We used to have them around here and they used to sell all sorts of like pop culture stuff.
Yeah, that's what it's all about now.
Rogue Review says, in Cardiff, before the refit, it had the second floor entirely dedicated to movies, but sadly there's only 2 walls of movies downstairs. Now the rest of the floor is merchandise.
It used to be great that when in Cardiff years ago, it used to be really long rather than like wide and square. It used to be really long and wide at the back would have all the films. But yeah,
it's a shame. I know with Peter, they used to have 2. One of them was in Queensgate, and the Queensgate one was absolutely massive. It used to go down a mile long. You'd go in and you'd have all the main releases on the side there with a couple of racks. You have loads of CDs, and then straight at the bottom, you'll have the whole back all taken up with films, and they'd have like little strips where you'd go A to Z with all the different films. Oh, so much stuff there. You could spend easily 2 or 3 hours there. It was wonderful.
Remember back in the VHS days, it'd take way more room on the shelf than the DVDs, so I bet they had to be big back then. I can't remember HMV with VHS, really. I've got to be honest. I don't know if that's sad or what.
I can't remember.
I used to get my VHS in like local independent record stores mostly. Like,
Yeah.
The only place I can remember getting VHSs from were Woolworths and
yeah,
Tesco.
yeah.
I remember at Woolworths when they had the VHSs on the shelves, but they were all empty. You had to take the empty case up, and they had to get the cassette from behind the counter, put it in.
Yeah. Sure.
You'd always have that one worker who'd let you get away with an 18, even though you were about 15. You'd always go in there trying to make sure it was that guy working like before taking it to the counter.
Oh, yeah. The viewer says, which Spider-Man movie villain do you think had the worst design? Lizard having a humanoid face, Electro being blue, or Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin looking downright ugly? Well, I'm going to say Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin. I couldn't really stand that version, to be honest, from the Amazing Spider-Man. What about you, Andy?
I'm going to have to say Jamie Foxx as Electro, simply because it is just so far away from the original design, or the design we all know. It's just, it's night and day. It's just puts me off so much. Yeah,
that is true. Mike?
I'm probably going to say the Lizard one, just because I can't even remember what he looks like in that movie, so it must have just been that forgettable for me. So, yeah, I'm going to say that one.
And you, Bumper?
I gotta be honest, man. I don't like any of those Spider-Man movies that the guy made. What was his name? Simon Webb, is it? Yeah, that was his name. Yeah, because he'd done a few like sort of edgy romantic comedy type things, I think, beforehand. Sort of like movies you would have seen Jesse Eisenberg in, or whatever his name is, and whatever. So yeah, I don't like any of those Spider-Man movies. Rhys Evans is the Lizard, and so I let him off because he's Welsh. Dane DeHaan, I don't know, he's nothing like Franco, was he, from the Sam Raimi ones? Yeah, I don't like Jamie Foxx, unfortunately. I don't know what it is about him, so I'll go with Electro as well.
Dr. Impossible says, don't know why HMV don't put a banner up saying just stream, forget physical.
It's like I was saying earlier, though, I've streamed a couple of films recently and didn't enjoy them, but then when I've managed to get them onto a physical disc and watch them on a big TV with a good sound system, I instantly enjoyed them more. So I think, you can't put a price on actually enjoying the moment, can you? Streaming is just too touch of a button, like it's not an occasion. You haven't got to get off the shelf, take it out, wait for it to come on. You get the boutique introduction, like there's an arrow, you get the logo come up first, don't you? I know it all sounds trivial when you're spending 25 quid on something you might be able to get for free, but still, that's the way it is.
That's true. And also, if your internet goes wrong and it starts buffering and they're talking in a big dramatic finale and the circle comes around, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Or you like horror and the film you're watching is being cut to bits. That's the worst.
Yeah, or like classic comedy on BBC iPlayer as well. Rogue Review says there's a scene in Multiple Maniacs where a giant lobster has its wicked way with the vine. You've heard that the way you want to. Wait, what? My word. Okay, I think I'll leave that probably on the shelf on HMV. DVD Film Bloke says HMV should bring back the porn selection. Okay. Probably might do well, I suppose. He continues to say, imagine they brought back the porn selection and someone asked for certain titles. It will look like the scenes in Clerks where Randall orders porn to the video store whilst a parent and children listens. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you know what's in. Oh, dear. Rogue says, HMV don't need porn. They should just direct weirdos to early John Walters section. Oh dear. DVD Film Bloke says, yeah, you get free puke bags. Dr. Impossible says, I remember back in the mid-80s, HMV used to sell soft porn posters in poster sections. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Road Review says, Female Trouble is unpleasant to watch, but has a deep anti-corporate of troubled girls exploitation theme, so it has reason to be disgusting. Right. He also says Polyester was John Walters trying to be more mainstream, so it's not disgusting, but it's slightly weird. I'll have to try these John Walters films just to experience them. Dr. Impossible says, like Serial Mum, directed by John Walters, is a diamond. Ah, that's good to hear. DVD from Film Bloke says, I forgot to say the new Near Dark Blu-ray is just a repeat of the old 2009 Blu-ray, including the appalling cover, which make it look like a Twilight clone. The original poster was perfect. Yeah, I kind of thought it looked a bit similar to Twilight. That's why I didn't take much notice of it. And then I've heard people say it's actually good. Catherine Bigelow directed, so
Yeah.
sign of quality there.
I would have grabbed my media, but I don't know where it is on the shelf. I don't want to pull everything off, but it's got quite nice artwork on there.
We've got Peter here saying, Will I Am played John Wraith in X-Men Origins Wolverine. I think Black Eyed Peas music is beyond horrible. They started off decent and then they ended up a fucking mess. Edward says, apparently read somewhere saying that No Way Home, the more fun stuff version, is a theatrical event and therefore no Blu-ray or DVD. Do you think we'll get one or not? Yeah, I've heard Sony said that isn't coming out on physical. Apparently it has hit streaming, but I've heard that there isn't really much difference between the versions, so I'll stick with the one we've got. Unless they did a nice special edition with like 2 disc set, I'm interested in picking up another edition. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think you've said it perfectly, Pete, to be honest. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I still haven't even picked it up properly yet. Yeah, I'll probably just get the normal cut. I mean, I don't think I've heard this new one doesn't really add that much to it. Is it just like the odd extra scene or something? Doesn't sound like it's anything too drastically different.
No. I've heard from a few people it's not very good. It just seems like an excuse for Sony to get a few more extra Spider-Man money in the bank.
Yeah.
What about you, Bumper? You got any interest in seeing the more fun stuff?
No, not really. Same as you lot. I think I heard that it's just a little bit more exposition, like there's no extra action or anything like that. The film's quite long anyway. Just think with a film like Spider-Man, it was so big, it's got such a cult following that whatever they release is going to sell. So, it'll do well. It'll come out with it as a nice extended version. But no, I don't think you need it really. I won't bother anyway. I got the standard release. That'll be enough for me. But if it's on Disney Plus, maybe I'll give it a go. That'll be the one I watch, but who knows?
Sounds good. We've got Ocean's Reviews here saying, hey guys, good morning. It's Australia time here. Hope you're all doing well. Questions start off the morning. Favourite Spielberg film? Hey Oceans, thanks for joining me. Wow, morning. It's bedtime here.
I know. Is it Wednesday morning or Thursday morning where he is? I wouldn't want to have to do Wednesday morning again. Don't want another day of work. Thursday morning would be all right.
So what's your favourite Spielberg film, Andy?
Oh God, I think it might be Jaws or Jurassic Park. I think.
Yeah, classics.
Yeah.
Mike, what about you?
I mean, I think sort of anything from like the 70s, 80s, and like early 90s, it was just great. I think after that, I don't find his movies that interesting anymore. But anything from that time period's great. I'd probably have to say Jaws, but maybe also Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones as well. I do love that one.
Yeah, great picks there. Bumper?
I would say Jaws, but for the sake of the art of conversation, he's done some good films, hasn't he? Munich is pretty good, isn't it? That's a film I always go back to when I talk about Spielberg movies that not so many people talk about. So obviously E.T. is great. Just Duel. I wasn't too impressed with Duel. I didn't think there was quite enough there for the running time. It would have worked well as a 45-minute, but obviously making a feature film, so you can't. That was like, there's a film. It's just not coming to me a minute. I wanted to say Poltergeist. No, just joking. But, I don't know. Yeah, definitely Jaws. Oh, Raiders of the Lost Ark. One about that's the film that won't come to me. I actually think, if I'm thinking broadly, I think Raiders of the Lost Ark is probably the greatest film ever made. So, yeah, I'd have to say Raiders of the Lost Ark, man. Awesome film. It's just got everything in it.
Yeah. There's so many different things, films. He's done so many. I do like Catch Me If You Can, Jaws. I've pretty certainly done that modern day, the Adventures of Tintin film from like 2012. I really enjoyed that one.
Saving Private Ryan, no one mentioned as well. But
Bridge of Spies was pretty good with Tom Hanks. And I must admit, for somebody who doesn't like musicals, I really like the West Side Story remake.
Yeah. I really liked Ready Player One, to be honest.
Yeah.
I couldn't get into that one. I just, for some reason, I couldn't get into that one. Yeah. I have to give it another watch. We've got Ocean saying, what's a film that you hate that everybody loves? Good question.
I think mine's the Social Network. I can't stand that film.
Yeah. What's his name? Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah. It just I don't care enough about Facebook for it to warrant a film.
Yeah. I don't understand why it was like so soon after Facebook really hit the big time. Just like, let's do a Facebook biopic.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot. There's two that come to mind, and I feel really bad for saying this one because I know Andy is a big fan of it. But Bram Stoker's Dracula, I just can't get into that movie. I've tried watching it 2 or 3 times, and I just can't get into it. And the other one is a George Romero film. It's called Martin. Like, I know loads of people who love that movie and say it's one of his best, but I just could not get into that one at all.
I haven't heard of that Martin before, but I love Bram Stoker's Dracula, such a good film. Yeah. But yeah, I can understand how you might not like it. Yeah. What about you, Bumper?
I wish he had said what's a film that you partially like, but everyone loves, because hate is a bit of a strong word. I could go all day on partially liked, but I got to be honest, like, as a big horror fan, you might be surprised to hear me say this, but I don't think The Shining is that good. Maybe it's because I still can't get a lateral or basic layman's terms understanding of it. But everyone seems to love it. Yeah, I always go back to The Shining, and there was another one I just thought of. My memory's shocking tonight. A film that everyone knows I can. Yeah, I'll just go with The Shining. I can't think of the other one I was going to say now.
Yeah, that's a good pick there. For me, I'm going to say The Goonies. I just could never get into that film as a kid. Did not like it.
Come on, man.
It's been ages since I've seen it, so I probably should rewatch it, but I've just never been a big fan of it.
Rewatch it.
I'm gutted you don't like that film.
I think the last time I watched it probably was when I was about 10 or 11, and I just could not get into it. So I'll definitely have to give it a rewatch sometime, see if my opinion changes. We've got Gary here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Thanks for joining. DVD and Film Bloke says, Ocean Reviews, too many to name. Saying hi to Gary. Dr. Impossible says, Toys R Us is back, but guess what? It's online now. HMV will go the same way, close all stores and end up as an online interactive business. Now, the funny thing is, for some reason, Toys R Us come up on the YouTube feed the other day, and in some department stores in America, they're having like little pop-up shops of Toys R Us to see how well they're doing. And apparently they're coming over here next year NWH Smith's of all places, like little pop-up shops with some toys in. Very odd store to put them in, but may come back. It'd be nice to see Jeffrey Giraffe back in High Street. It's been a while, but yeah, I think online's the future where it's all going to be, unfortunately. I do miss going to Toys R Us. Going there, opening the doors and seeing all the toys. Oh, so much fun.
It's not so much like the death of the high street, but it's more, I wish we had more of these sort of like Americanized places where you drive somewhere and the store is just one big massive store, it's going to be there, like sort of thing. Like they don't have like a high street today where they pop in HMV, pop in CEX, pop in here. They're just like, go to this store now, see what they got. It's all laid up under one roof. But you are right, it is going to be all online soon because it's just cheaper, isn't it? There's just no other way to put it.
Yeah, it's just the way of the world, I think. Ocean Snapping. DVD Film Bloke says, yeah, never touched the anime section. I've only seen Studio Ghibli films, and that's anime. Anime seems like something I would enjoy, but I really can't be fucked with it. That's fair enough, mate. They're wonderfully animated films, though. Absolutely stunning. Ocean Review says, highly recommend Demon Slayer as an introduction to anime if you're just getting into it. It's fantastic. I've heard some good things about that one. Attack on Titan's also pretty good. Gary says, recommendations for anyone who likes strange films, A Quiet Place in the Country, 1968 starring Franco Nero and Vanessa Redgrave. I have heard of it before. I might have seen it, but I can't remember. Name ring a bell. Any of you seen that?
No.
No, I've not seen that one.
No, I haven't seen it. It sounds like my sort of thing, though. So, yeah, I'll have a look.
I'll have to keep an eye out. We've got Tim Jong-un Productions here. Hey all, happy Wednesday. Are you guys watching the anime Chainsaw Man? If not, highly recommend it. It's so good. Hey Tim Young. Yeah, I've heard of Chainsaw Man. I've heard it's supposed to be pretty good. It's on Netflix, I think, but I haven't checked it. You guys checked out Chainsaw Man?
Never heard of
it. Ocean's Review says, does anyone collect anime physically, TV shows or movies? I have the occasional bit of anime here and there, but I'm not hugely into it. Anybody else has any anime films?
Got a few here and there. We've got all of Dragon Ball on DVD, and I've got all of Dragon Ball Z on Blu-ray. I've got like the odd anime film, like Ghost in the Shell, Ninja Scroll, Perfect Blue.
Yeah.
Not a massive collection by any means, but just I think I've just got enough to scratch the surface.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, same really. I mean, the only TV show I've got is Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. That's the only anime show I've watched really. And yeah, I've just got the odd movie.
Yeah. And what about you, Bumper?
No, I'm completely the wrong guy to talk about anime. I don't think I got anything. I might have on Blu-ray, the American remake of Ghost in the Shell, but that would be about it. If I was to be drawn to anime, it'd be more like Nintendo-style gaming. I'm not really into it as a genre when it comes to movies, to be honest. But I understand why it's so popular, mine, especially in Japan. It's massive for Japanese culture. I appreciate that. But it's not really my scene.
Dr. Impossible says Nero's pretty good in that film. I seem to remember. Carl will like it. Sex obsessed Countess as a backstory. Oh, sex obsessed Countess as a backstory. Gary says, has Pearl still not got a UK release date? Nope, nothing going on here about it.
There's A24 in it, so they're always a bit thing with the releases over here. And when it does come, it'll probably only be a Blu-ray, which is fine, but it'll just be frustrating that it'll be a 4K in America and a Blu-ray over here. If A24 release it, which I assume they will.
Yeah, it's just taking its sweet old time. I mean, it's hit streaming now, and can be accessed. So they're doing themselves a harm, really. You thought they'd want to get it out at the same time as it was in America.
Oh, it's a great film as well. I thought it was better than X, I've got to be fair. So, yeah, they want to get it to the masses.
Yeah, I need to check out that one. I didn't mind X. I thought I was pretty good.
It's not worlds apart. It's not miles better. But, as a companion of movies, they're both great. But I did think it was slightly better.
That's good. Have you seen Pearl yet, Andy or Mike?
No, I've got it on pre-order from the States. So I actually got, funnily enough, an email from Amazon.com today saying, "Oh, it's been price matched, so you can have 15 quid back."
Oh, there we are.
I was like, so I only got it for 25 instead of 40. So I was just like, great.
That's a good deal.
Yeah.
That was a great film.
Is that 4K?
Yeah. No, it's just a Blu-ray, but I've heard some fantastic things about it. I really, really enjoyed X, so I'm really looking forward to checking Pearl out. Yeah.
Great stuff. David says to Andy, do you own all of Arnold Schwarzenegger's movies, mate?
I own a really good chunk of them, but there's a few I'm missing. I'm not too keen on his newer stuff. Like I haven't heard great things about that Sabotage movie, and there's a few early ones I've not seen, like Hercules in New York and Cactus Jack. I've not seen any of those. But whenever I get into Arnie, it's just like it's pretty much all the staples that I'm used to, like Terminator, True Lies, Kindergarten Cop, all that stuff. For me, is what I think of when I watch Arnie. But I've got most of his stuff in HD now.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Right, we have Dr. Impossible saying, give me a good John Sayles film that he's written or directed.
Have to check the old Google's your best mate again.
Yeah. Good old Google. I'm having a little look at all.
I know Alexi Sale. Oh, God.
Oh, Lone Star. That's a great film.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of his films, but that one from 1987, Matewan or Matuan, I do see that in HMV sometimes. That's got a boat.
Matewan, yeah, that's a really good film, Matewan.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of them. For some reason, it comes up the Spiderwick Chronicles for me, so I'll say that.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I have seen that, though, the Spiderwick Chronicles.
Yeah, I didn't mind that, to be fair.
Passion Fish, that's a great one as well.
Ah, right, yeah. I've seen that on the list.
I've heard of it. You got one, Mike?
No, I don't think I've seen any of his films, but it says that he wrote The Howling and Alligator, so I'd just say one of those two.
There we are then.
Edward says, you guys picking up Wayne's World and Wayne World 2 on 4K? I think it's just the first one that's come on 4K. I don't think the second one's been announced yet, but I got the Blu-ray super cheap, so I'll be happy with that. And I'll just pick up the second one super cheap on Blu-ray if I find it. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. I've got like a 2-pack Blu-ray with both movies in that I got for, I think it was like 20 quid.
That's a good price.
So yeah, but if they do one with a 4K, maybe. If it's like a 2-pack with the two movies on 4K, maybe I might pick that up.
Yeah, no doubt they'll release a second one next year on 4K because it's Paramount, isn't it?
Yeah. I've got to say, Paramount, at least Paramount are putting out physical, like decent physical releases as opposed to Disney. But
Yeah.
I'd love to pick them up on 4K at some point because Wayne's World 1 and 2 are they're like two comfort movies for me.
Yep, I agree. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to pick them up on Blu-ray quite recently because I think they went down in price. I think they went down to like $7.99 each, and I was going to get them, but then I noticed that the first one is coming out on 4K, and I kind of want to get it, but I only want to get it if they're going to release the second one as well on 4K, because Wayne's World 1 and 2, you can't have the first movie without the second one. You have to have the two of them together. So I will get them on 4K if they do the second one as well.
Yeah, sounds good. And you, Bumper?
I'm a bit lucky, I am, because as much as I love them, I've got them on DVD. I got like a nice box set I found in a charity shop, which I thought was really nice, and my player upscale, so I haven't got any issues with the quality of the films. But because it is a jump from DVD to 4K, and I do really like the artwork on the slipcover, it's really eye-catching. So it's got like the pinks and the purples. I'm a sucker for the pinks and the purples. So yeah, I might pick it up, but I wouldn't rush out or buy it at top price. But yeah, I mean, I love the film, and again, it's from an era when 4Ks, when the movies look great in 4K. So I don't doubt it'll look spectacular. The second one's great. When I went to see the second one in cinema, I went with my friend. I'll never forget. It must be 20 years ago or whatever. But he nearly choked. There's a scene at the start where there's a gig and his lighter won't work, and then when it works, it catches the guy's hair on fire in front of him. And they started choking on his popcorn, like when it happened in the cinema. It's just so funny. I love that scene. But yeah, they're great films. So I will upgrade at some point because I do view them as, some of the best, like two of the best.
Yeah. I prefer the second one to the first one, if I'm honest.
They're both hilarious.
Yeah, they're both great. They're both awesome, but I think it's because I saw the second one first.
Yeah.
I think that's why I just like it a little bit more.
They're hilarious.
Oh, yeah. So fun.
We need a bit more thing in our lives, don't we? I can't believe I can't think of his name. Mike Myers.
Yeah.
I'd rather him do another Austin Powers movie. I got to be fair, but
yeah,
definitely gone quiet on the old scene.
Yeah,
I know he did a Netflix show very recently. I don't know whether that was a success or not. Can't remember what it was called.
Yeah,
but it'd be nice to see him have a comeback.
Yeah, the world's a better place with Mike Myers movies, in my opinion.
Dr. Impossible says, good soundtrack to Billie Jean, and it's directed by Matthew Robbins, who did Dragonslayer. Pat Benatar wrote the main theme. Oh, wow. You're selling me this film now.
Yeah, there's a song in it by Pat Benatar called Invincible. Oh, it's fucking amazing.
Oh, it's in that film, is it?
Yeah, it's in... Yeah, it plays that... It plays when shit starts to get real in that movie, and...
Oh, I love that song, so yeah. Oh, I'm going to have to look on Amazon later and get it.
Yeah.
Gary North says, a great police movie is Investigation of a Citizen Above Suspicion from 1970s, available on Criterion. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. You guys heard of it?
No, he knows some films, Gary North does, oh fair dues to him, from back in the day, so... not something I've heard of.
Gary says, if you need recommendations for film starring Monica Bellucci, Milena, How Much Do You Love Me, A Burning Hot Summer, and Doberman.
I've seen Milena.
Yeah.
Obviously, Irreversible.
Oh,
yeah.
I've heard of her, Burning Hot Summer. Oh, she was in the recent, what's his name? Liam Neeson movie. She was in that, so that's another one of hers I've seen. I'm pretty sure she was in Skyfall, wasn't she?
Yeah, I say she's in one of the Bond films with.
Yeah, so I think it was Spectre, I think.
Yeah.
Spectre. I can't remember which one now, but yeah.
I think she's in like the second Matrix movie as well.
I think I've heard of Doberman, but I couldn't tell you the synopsis. I assume it's not about a dog.
Streamer Time saves 9. I like Prince of the City and Serpico with Al Pacino. Both films are brilliant.
Yeah.
Police procedural films. Oh.
You can get Serpico on 4K, but I don't know if it's only in Germany because I always see it on my Amazon. I always think to buy it because it is a good film, Serpico. But do you guys know? Have you seen a 4K for that in the UK? Or
no, I've not seen any sort of 4K for Serpico.
So it must be a German only one. No, that's cool. I might pick it up. Yeah, it's a good film.
The viewer Drew says, which horror remake do you think is worse? The 2007 Halloween remake, Friday the 13th 2009 remake, or Nightmare on Elm Street 2010 remake? I'm out because I haven't seen any. Do you want to go first, Bumper?
I can do. I mean, if you put a Nightmare on Elm Street in with any other film in that sentence, is always going to win because that is the worst. But 2007 Halloween, so that's Rob Zombie's. It's laid on a bit thick, like it's all a bit spoon fed to you, but it's all right. Friday the 13th remake's really good, actually, apart from that annoying kid who makes that silly comment about the woman's boobs when they're having sex, but couldn't wait for him to die. But yeah, it's pretty good, the remake of Friday the 13th. Yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street is just abysmal. Like, even when the cast don't want to be associated with it, it tells you everything you need to know. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just awful. But it has got that boy in it who I said I liked, who's in Smile. That's about it.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, the only one I've not seen is the Elm Street one. I do kind of want to see it just to see how good or how bad it actually is. But yeah, I remember quite liking the Halloween remake, but it for me it doesn't hold up as much as it did. I think it loses it completely in that second half. The only bit that really sticks out to me is the bit with the way he kills the bully in the woods. That's really the only bit I sort of remember. But the Friday the 13th remake, and I think Mike might agree with me on this, was one of the best cinema experiences I've ever had. If not the greatest, but it was something about that enhanced that movie for me, and it was just so entertaining. Yeah. It's not perfect by any means. It's I wouldn't even go as far as say it's great, but just something about that experience will stick with me for a very, very long time.
Oh, I still need to watch that Halloween Friday the 13th remake, but I'm slowly working through the franchise. Still at the second one. Need to watch the third one. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like the three of them. I don't think any of them are like good movies. But like the Halloween one, I don't mind the first half of it. Like I like Rob Zombie trying to do something different with the character. I think that origin's like not too bad, but the second half is not that great. Friday the 13th is not a good movie, but it is a lot of fun, like Andy's saying. But Nightmare on Elm Street remake, that it's just really boring. It's just so bland. It's not fun like the Friday the 13th one. So yeah, I'd have to say Elm Street's probably the worst of the three.
Awesome. We've got Dr. Impossible saying, stream, great choices. Prince of the City is Sidney Lumet as his absolute best. Gary says, I would go with RoboCop. The criminal gang are my favourite bunch of bad guys. DVD and Film says, I've just had a look. I have 164 DVDs and 161 Blu-rays, so they are neck and neck. Wow. Nice. Rogue Reviews says, what's your favourite John Waters film? Pink Flamingos Every Day.
End of the night.
Andy?
It's probably going to be Serial Mum or Pecker, but I really do like Crybaby as well.
Mike?
Serial Mum.
Yeah. And Bumper? Pardon?
I think I'd probably go with Serial Mum as well, but I'm just having a quick look through now. Okay, that multiple maniacs looks a bit weird. Yeah, I'd go with probably Serial Mum, but like I said, I still haven't watched my Pink Flamingos yet, so who knows how I'll feel after that.
No, after that you may say Pink Flamingo's your favourite.
Yeah, you never know. Like I do like weird, obscure, messed up movies, so yeah, I might get some sort of strange enjoyment out of it. We'll see.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, have any of you guys seen Bad Company starring Jeff Bridges? It's set during the American Civil War and it's about a draft-dodging soldier who breaks away, goes on the run. Brilliant film. I've heard of it with Jeff Bridges, but I haven't seen it. Rings a bell. You seen it, Andy?
No, same as you, Pete. I think I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
No. Seen it, Mike?
No, not seen it, but I do like Jeff Bridges, so I'll have to check it out.
And Bumper, have you seen it?
No, when he said Bad Company, I instantly thought of a film with with Chris Rock and Anthony Hopkins. I think that's a movie called Bad Company. I could be wrong, though. But no, I haven't seen that one with Jeff Bridges, American Civil War. No, sorry, no, I haven't seen it.
We've got Rogue here saying, if you want two good Criterions in the Criterion cell, I'd say Sidney Lumet's Failsafe and Anatomy of a Murder. Oh, thanks for the recommendation, bro. I'll have a look at them.
I've only seen a couple of Sidney Lumet films, but I didn't think they were that great for someone who's got such a good name. But I obviously watched the wrong ones, I guess, because Failsafe does come with good word of mouth, but I haven't seen it.
We've got Knowledge here from Rock God 2004 saying, yes, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is the Vinegar Syndrome release, the slipcover and the outer slip were both damaged, as was the inner tray, which holds 2 discs. Oh, that's a shame. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that is a shame. Like I said, that's 45 pounds worth of 4K, very limited as well. Like can't always guarantee you'll get a second one if they go out of print really quick. But I'm sure he would have got one mind. But
yeah, he continues to say, I emailed them, and literally 4 days later, the replacement arrived from the States. Wow.
To be honest, Vinegar Syndrome must be as pissed off as he is having to send out seconds, because it's the bit in the middle, it's the courier in the middle that's messing it up. I imagine. But
at least he's got it sorted out and very quickly as well. That's good to hear, mate.
Yeah, very good to hear, definitely.
DVD Bloke says, I know this is related to a point I made hours ago, but I've discovered pretty much all the movies from the 50s and early Alfred Hitchcock films. He continues to say, I think if you want to get into classic cinema, pre-70s, Alfred Hitchcock films are the best way to start. Yeah, I think you're right there, mate. Yeah, classic director.
He made like a movie a year, didn't he? It was like,
yeah,
didn't say he
it
was
felt like it, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched Keeps Unboxing of that lovely Hitchcock set the other night, and he was saying what year the films come out. It was like, nearly one every year. It was unbelievable, the workout he put out.
That's an amazing set, that one, Keith God. The
film Real Tins. Oh,
for the price he got it as well. I couldn't believe it when he was telling that story.
I couldn't believe that. No, very good.
You could obviously check out some Hammer as well if you're trying to go pre-70s. I don't go much more than pre-60s really. Obviously, there's the odd title like Wizard of Oz and Nosferatu or whatever, but I don't do much past the 60s to be honest. Or prior.
Disney Film Bloke says, I need to watch more pre-60s films. I've heard nothing but good things about 12 Angry Men, and I'm eyeing up Gaslight from the premium collection. I should watch the old Universal Monster movies. Yeah, the Universal films are great. Invisible Man, the Dracula ones, Frankenstein, great stuff. I know you've said 12 Angry Men's great, Andy.
It's a masterpiece. It's just wonderful, that film, start to finish. One of my favorite movies, probably pre-60s. Well, it's from the 30s. There's a movie called M. God, that movie's so good. It's frightening how relevant that movie is to today. To be honest, it's nearly 100 years old and it still holds up.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, it's so about these. It's like a kidnapper and these children go missing. It's quite frightening. But it just, the movie's just stunning. It holds up so well, the way that movie's made.
Is it colour or black and white?
Black and white.
Oh, wicked.
But yeah, it's just a great thriller.
Yeah, sounds good.
Does sound good.
I prefer them when they're black and white when they're older because they just look so pristine on the remasters. And I don't know, it sounds a bit big. There's something comforting about watching black and white movies. I never thought I'd see the day when I watched old black and white movies, but I'm there.
Yeah. I must admit, when I got the Universal box set of the monster films. I thought, oh, black and white films. Am I going to sit and watch them? And I'm just like, doesn't make no difference. They're really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, if you were given a choice, which one of these 70s comedies would you choose? Love Thy Neighbour, The Likely Lads, or Are You Being Served, the movie? Is it? I've actually seen every single one of those films.
I thought they seemed like your sort of movies. British ones.
Love Thy Neighbour is a thing. Likely Lads, the movie, I really enjoyed that one. Are You Being Served movie? Yeah, it's fine. I'll probably say the Likely Lads movie. I've got it on Blu-ray. Great little release by Network. You seen any of these, Andy?
No, I've got to be honest. They're not really my sort of thing. They're sort of like the next level of carry-on films without being carry-on films. I think they're all sort of based on off TV shows, aren't they? I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't seen any of the movies because I've barely seen any of the shows themselves. But I couldn't tell you anything about Love Thy Neighbour. There's a few actors I recognise from the Likely Lads, and I do remember Are You Being Served? That's the one in like the it's like a John Lewis shop, in it.
Yeah.
Is what. I remember a few of the cast members from that, like is it Mr. Humphreys?
Yeah, Mrs. Sloan and her pussy.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, they're not. Then I think they are what they are, but they're not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. You seen any of these, Mike?
No, I'm exactly the same. They're just not really my kind of movies, to be honest. Yeah, not seen them.
Yeah. You seen any of these, Bumper?
Nah, I'm the same as the lads. It's not really my scene. I'm not really into that sort of 60s, 70s British. I know comedies I carry on, but they sort of got like this sort of like titillation aspect to them as well. I mean, like this sort of like raunchy side to it.
Yeah.
Like it's just not my scene really. If Steptoe had been in there, I love the Steptoe movie. You know, when he's bathing in the sink and stuff like. But
Steptoe films are fun.
yeah,
I
they're
like
hilarious. But those three, no, I can't really say I know what they are, but they're not really my thing, to be honest.
Yeah. We have Double Bill Movies here saying, "What's up, chat? Hey, thanks for joining me."
Hey, Trev.
Hey, Trevor. DVD and Public saying hey to Trevor. Dr. Impossible saying hey to Trevor. We've got James here, Jim Jam Movies TV, saying hey guys. Hey James, hope you're well, mate.
Hey, James.
We have Bradley here saying evening guys. Which movie from a franchise do you think everyone else hates? Do you like that everyone else hates? I just watched Jason Takes Manhattan again, Friday the 13th Blu-ray binge, and I thought it was excellent. Yeah. Still need to get through that one. Andy, what ones do you like in the franchise that a lot of people don't like?
Yeah, there's a few. I still think it's god awful, but I didn't mind rewatching it on 4K. Was Halloween Resurrection. It's god awful, but I didn't mind it. I don't mind Jason Goes to Hell, and I don't mind Cedar Chucky, and they're considered like three of the worst entries you can get in any franchise. But I get some sort of entertainment out of all of them, as awful as they are.
What about you, Mike?
Probably. Well, I don't know. Like, I'd say maybe Nightmare on Elm Street 2, because I feel like that movie's starting to get a bit of a cult following amongst people. But I can remember a time when like everyone I talked to about that movie, they just hated it. Like nobody liked that movie, and I feel like Halloween 3 is also the same. Like I feel like that movie now has a big cult following, but I remember when I first saw it, I couldn't find anybody else who liked that movie. So yeah, it's kind of hard because I feel like the ones that used to be hated are now starting to be liked a lot more and have more of a cult following. So it's a bit of a tricky one.
Yeah, it is. And what about you, Bumper?
Yeah, there's a couple you could spot pick out of the main franchises. So, like Mike says, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, I really like. When I was young, the gay overtones were over my head, and now I'm older, I don't care about the gay overtones. They don't bother me. I just love the scenes, when he's like, Jesse, you've got the body and I've got the brain. And comes out of him. It's just really well acted. I don't care how camp the guy is. I still think it's well acted. So yeah, I love Nightmare on Elm Street 2, even though everyone hates it, even though it's getting some more love now in the more PC times. Then Friday the 13th, I know Jason X, people don't like, but I think there's enough good kills in it just to get it through. And I like Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Again, is a movie I've wasted so much breath on over the last 10, 12 years. I don't bother discussing it much anymore. But yeah, so just those horror ones, really, the standout ones in the horror franchise. Halloween Resurrection, I don't know. I've seen it once a long time ago. It wasn't great, but
That's some great picks there. I'd agree with you, Mike, about Nightmare on Elm Street 2. I really enjoyed that one. And also Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. I thought that one was a great one as well.
Yeah, 4's good. Rennie Harlin directs 4 as well, He done Cliffhanger and a whole host of other movies, Deep Blue Sea, so he's got a pretty good pedigree. And the other one I meant to bring up was what we talked about earlier, Jaws of Revenge. Everyone thinks that's the black sheep in the Jaws collection, but I think that's Part 3, to be honest.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I think 4's better than 3. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
We've got Cora here saying to Radley, saw that one last October for the first time and enjoyed it very much. Cool. Radley says to Cora, yeah, I thought it was great, but everyone seems to complain about it. Too much time on the boat. Cora says to Radley, not sure how much I'd like it on a second view and wasn't a fan of Jason Goes to Hell, my least favourite. Radley says, that was my second view in Coral. I liked it better than the first time, better than all the ones that preceded it, apart from the first one, in my little, tiny, humble opinion.
I think I can only really remember the stiletto kill from Jason Takes Manhattan. I don't know if I can remember much else about it, really, which is probably a good thing. Obviously, when he gets to New York at the end and he punches the guy's head off, but yeah.
He kicks the boombox.
Yeah. But Jason Goes to Hell, it's a shame. The movie is terrible. I'm not going to try and justify it, but it is just 10 minutes at the start where they send this undercover cop in to Camp Crystal Lake to sort of weed out Jason. Like she strips off and has to shower and all. And you don't really see it come in when the task force get him. I thought that was pretty cool, but then the movie just goes south there, straight from there. Like that should have been the ending of a good Jason movie, I guess. But
there's a great kill in it in the tent.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. But the bit that got me was when the guy who's possessed by him when he whacks that woman in the face with Dinah. Oh god, it didn't half tickle me. Yeah.
I've seen that film more than once, so that's all you can say. And they say these films are bad, but we keep going back to them for some reason. Maybe in the hope that it'll somehow be good when you watch it 5 years later. But no.
Radley says, I actually think Jason Goes to Hell is next on my binge. Hope you enjoy it. Radley says, no, I mean Manhattan. Radley says, a movie I hate that everyone loves is Star Wars. Pure old garbage.
Wow.
That's fair enough, mate.
Yeah.
DVD for Film Bloke says, actually a small list of movies I hate, but everyone else seemed to love. The Birds, The Deer Hunter, Alien, Last American Virgin, Rain Man, The Shawshank Redemption, Seven, The Sixth Sense, and The Dark Knight Trilogy. Oh. Some interesting picks there, mate.
That's if that's a good list to have. If movies, if you're not gonna like that, I'd probably universally loved. But
Yeah. If I had to defend him in any movie, then I don't think the Shawshank Redemption is quite the classic everyone makes it out to be. But I love the rest of those films on that list, like for sure. Well, maybe not the Deer Hunter actually, but that's not a movie I love nor hate. I haven't just haven't got an opinion on it at all, really. So
I kind of agree with him on the Dark Knight trilogy, mainly for the last one, and I do think the Dark Knight is just a tad bit overrated. For me, it's all about Batman Begins.
You're too spoiled with superhero movies now, that's why. When those movies first came out, God, they were the best.
Yeah.
Although I know Rises didn't meet expectations. I was a little bit let down at first, but I just found a new love for it on home video, like.
Yeah. Great list there, DVD and film blokes. Really good picks.
Yeah.
Seven, though. I don't know how you can hate Seven. That's a film. I thought everybody loved Seven.
Oh, Seven's amazing. Dr. Impossible says, Christ, I remember bloody Betamax tapes and HMV, £60 a pop. My father got me Alien on magnetic home video through HMV. Our price had a load of ex-rental titles going for 30 to £50. My word, and I thought 25 quid for a 4K was expensive. Oh, wow. Cora says to Radley, sorry, well, if you like it more than others, that's all fine. I found them all very interchangeable, except for Jason Goes to Hell, therefore all very enjoyable.
I do think they probably have got the best consistency level of all the big franchises. Have got like more than 7 or 8 movies, the Friday the 13th. I think Freddy maybe got the stronger entries in general with 1 and 3, but there's a lot of sequels in Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street you can easily forget, but there's a little something in all the Friday the 13th ones that make them watchable, really. Like.
Yeah. Radley says, got to hand it to you, DVD, if you hate some really fantastic movies. Peter says, people here should check out Video Main Gizmo's channel, great guy. Oh, let's check out his channel. Radley says, yeah, I like them all, Cara. Just struggled a bit with 2 to 4 due to being very similar.
Number 4 is the one man. Number 4 and number 6, Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Rogue says, I've got deep nostalgia for Swansea's Toys R Us in Park Y. The store was recently divided into Audi and a Ninja Warrior UK. Wait, what?
Wow.
They got a couple of those in South Wales, those Ninja Warrior UKs. They're just bloody posh soft plays, really. Soft plays for grown-ups.
All right. I thought for a minute they filmed Ninja Warrior UK in his old Toys R Us place.
No, they're just like places where the kids have parties and all now. They're everywhere. But,
right. Soft play sort of thing. Oh, that's cool.
They used to have a big Toys R Us in Cardiff years ago. It used to be the main one. Like, it was a big occasion if you went there as a kid. You'd probably be looking forward to it, but I don't know these days. Kids don't play with toys these days. I've got 3 kids. My youngest is 5, and already he's grown out to playing with figures. Like, we were playing with figures until we were maybe 10 or 11. I don't know if I should admit that, really. But I was playing with wrestling figures until I was about 10, 11. These days, it's just tablets and phones. No interest in toys whatsoever. Like,
it's all phones and games and all technology sort of stuff now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So,
Carl says to Radley, I completely understand. Do you own the Shout Factory box set? Radley says, no, I have the Steelbook collection from Paramount. Buying the Halloween 4Ks from Shout Factory, though. Ooh, very nice.
Andy's got the Friday the 13th. I knew the Scream Factory one.
Yeah, I've got the Scream Factory Friday the 13th, and I've got the 8 4Ks from Scream Factory of Halloween.
Yeah, they're nice. They're,
yeah.
The DVD set they done a Halloween years ago. I know that's really hard to get, but now the 4Ks are out is a bit pointless, really.
Yeah,
that was a nice one.
Carl says to Bradley, that's really cool. Do they look nice? The Halloween 4K UHDs from Shout are fantastic.
Yeah, I will get the one that Andy recently bought. I'm just waiting for a drop. It's down to about 106 at the moment. I've told myself I'm happy to pay maybe 80, but whether they let me drop to that, no, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hurt pulling the trigger on that with Halloween Resurrection. It's like, oh,
At least you get the
Oh,
advantage of doing like an unboxing video because you had it soon on. That's
Yeah.
the only thing really. When you wait for the sales, it takes that away from it. But I don't know. I do want it though, even though the movies are bad. They're bad in a good way to me, so I do want it. But...
Yeah, the work Screen Factory have put into it is still really nice. You know, the individual ones. The box they come in not so much, but the actual hard box.
And it's got 2 cuts. It's got 2 cuts of Part 6 as well, is it? Producer's cut.
Yeah, you've got There's 4 discs in that one. I
was going to say that's what I mean. When you price it up, 70 for each disc, it's not so bad then. Like that's what it is all about. It's about the extras and the features, really. You know, it's for the collector's edition. So Screen Factory don't mess about.
They done a clever thing by putting them 3 together because they knew there wouldn't so many resurrections.
I still think they would have sold them as individual titles, but just some would have gone faster than others because there's still a collection, still the completion side of it in it.
Yeah,
you know
people would still buy them to complete their collection, but that would probably be the one sitting on the shelf longer.
Yeah, it was kind of marketing by them.
DVD and Film Bloke says to Radley, okay, The Birds isn't awful, it's just overrated. The rest are pretty crap. Radley says, they look great, Carl. I lean more towards Halloween, though, so we'll be splashing out for those, including the new box set. Won't be cheap for that a lot. No, that's quite a fair bit, mate, but lovely sets.
The Nightmare on Elm Street box set has got to be dropping soon from Screen Factory or somewhere, so that's what I'm saving my pennies for.
Hopefully so.
The Blu-ray one we've got is so bland.
Yeah, I just can't believe it for films of such a high cultural impact. Like, you think they'd be better versions.
Yeah, and we've got there's multiple movies that come on 1 disc.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Like,
really mad. Yeah,
I think it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the other one, New Nightmare, are all on 2 discs.
No, that's
all
it's
one,
just
2 films on 1
on
disc.
disc each. Yeah, 2 movies on a disc.
But that's just money waiting to be made for Screen Factory. So whether there's licensing issues or they're just waiting for the right time to drop them, but it won't be long, I don't think. So
yeah. It's a hordes amount of money waiting for them to get if they release them. Just when. DVD and Film Bloke says, I forgot to put Wolf Creek in and also Easy Rider. Easy Rider is crap as well.
I like Wolf Creek. I haven't seen Easy Rider.
Radley says, DVD, I think some of the movies on your list are considered the greatest of all time. Not that this should sway your opinion, just saying. DVD Reform Bloke says, I mean, I doubt I would be considered a snob, but some things don't impress me. Hey, mate, it's just your opinion. You like what you like.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't like a movie, don't let don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Go on not liking it if you don't want to. There's movies on that list that he's mentioned that I like, but I'm not going to waste my time convincing him why you should like them, and vice versa. If you don't like them, you don't like them. They're not for you. That's it. At the end of the day, can't all like the same thing.
Dr. Impossible says, Lincoln was a great Spielberg film, even though it was not a film many would overly bother with. Still prefer Spielberg's early works. Yeah, I agree there. His earlier stuff is probably the best. But, yeah.
It's good to watch the stuff that he's influenced. Like, there's a really good film by J.J. Abrams, Super 8, that no one gives it his credit for, and it's like, apart next to E.T., is one of the best sort of family sci-fi movies out there. And that's obviously influenced. He might have produced it as well, Spielberg, the more I think about it. But movies like that, they wouldn't exist without the Amblin years. So yeah, can't fault the influences.
DVD and Film Alert says, good God, the more I think about the list, it gets bigger. How could I forget The Little Mermaid and Frozen? I really should shut the fuck up.
Oh, God. There'll be that live action Little Mermaid out there in a couple of weeks from now. It's coming up soon.
I can kind of get where he's coming from with Frozen. I think Frozen fever kind of got on everybody's nerves back in the 2010s when that first came out. You couldn't escape it.
Some things can be overly liked. It sounds stupid to say that too many people like something. But if you don't catch the early buzz with something and like everyone's telling you how amazing it is, and you see it a bit later, sometimes like it won't live up to your expectation. Well, it was a bit like that for me with Top Gun Maverick. I only seen it for the first time last Sunday, and as much as I loved it, don't get me wrong, but it was just where everyone was like saying it's the best film ever. My expectation levels were so high that I think until I watch it for the second time, I won't know my own sort of opinion on it. But don't get me wrong, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying it wasn't good, because it was good. But you know what I mean? Like something when everyone likes it, you know what I mean? Like Game of Thrones and
like believing the hype and getting into the hype, it can damage expectations.
Yeah, the way you see it, like the first time, definitely.
Because I don't think I've heard anyone say a bad word about that film.
No,
it's one of them where everyone has sort of universally loved it.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's a weird one.
Chorus Radley, yeah, I'm more into Halloween myself, except for the Rob Zombie movies and the new trilogy, pretending those don't exist. Radley says, okay, question for the panel. What percentage of the Blu-rays you bought did you buy because you really wanted to see the movies, as opposed to being it's a big release, better pick it up?
Is there an option for how many of my movies did I buy because they were 50p in CEX or because that's most of the reason why I buy movies, because I see them cheap. But no, I know what he means. There was a time when I was buying 4Ks just because they were being released, even though the movies might not have been amazing. But I like to think that most of the Blu-rays I bought are because I wanted to see the film, not just because it's new out and I want to say I got it in my collection. Like.
Yeah, I would say a good 90%, if not 95%, are films that I want to see, even though I haven't seen them all. I don't really buy them because, it's a big new release, because I don't really have many of them. But yeah, I'd say a good fair amount of them. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm sort of a day one person, but I've sort of like try and get out of the habit of that, because like if you just wait a little bit, they will drop. And it depends on the quality of the movie as well and how much I enjoyed it. I like coming out of the cinema and going, I can't wait to get that movie in my collection. I just can't wait to do it. I can't wait for like a special edition or the physical to come out. I like having that feeling when I leave the cinema. If I don't get that feeling, I tend to just leave. Maybe put the film on a wish list and just leave it till it drops to like £5-6 or whatever. Yeah,
sounds good. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think like back in the day, I used to just buy all sorts of stuff without really knowing what it was. Like I know, like when I first got into Arrow, every time they posted like their new announcements, I'd literally just order all of them, even though I'd probably never seen any of the movies, because I just kind of had to have them because they were like sort of big releases. But these days, I don't really tend to blind buy anymore. Like when I buy movies, it's always a movie I've already seen, so I kind of know what I'm getting. The only movies I tend to buy that I haven't seen are like cheap ones and CEX that I'm willing to pay like just a small amount for them. But yeah, I try to be a lot more sensible these days, let's say.
Yeah, I can understand that. We've got Radley here saying I really like the first Rob Zombie Halloween horror. Radley says he stupidly tried to make an actual movie into a slasher franchise, backfired.
There's some scripting issues with it as well. It's not all about the direction of the movie, really. Like some of Danny Trejo's lines, like "I was good to you, Mikey." It's just like you just don't belong in a bloody Halloween movie. He made some.
Danny Trejo's in that film. Oh wow!
What's that?
Danny Trejo's in the Halloween Rob Zombie. Oh man!
He's like his he works in the psych ward with him, like, but he's like the guard who's always
like the caretaker, is he?
Is what, sorry?
Yeah. It's like a janitor.
Yeah,
like a janitor.
Oh, wow. But there's this horrendously forced scene where two of the workers are raping one of the inmates.
Oh, yeah.
And like Trejo's, he's not one of the ones raping her. Like, so you sort of get this like good guy image of him just because he don't rape this woman, but the other guys are just sleazeballs. Like, that's the problem with Rob Zombie movies, isn't it? Every guy is made out to be a sleazeball, no matter. It's just different levels of sleazeballism.
Unless you watch the Monsters movie and it's just an annoying mess.
No, it's not for me. Like, the thing with Rob Zombie, he'll always get a pass because ultimately he's a super cool guy, but no, man, the Monsters was awful. The 20 minutes I saw of it.
Yeah. Dodo Possible says, DVD Full Bloke, if you dispel Easy Rider, you'll give then give Electroglide in blue. It's the cure. Oh. DVD Full Bloke says he'll check it out. Radley says DVD Frozen is actually the work of Satan. Fucking awful. And those songs, oh my fucking god, yeah.
It was the work of a rich Satan, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, every time you go into a shop, you hear Let It Go, and you're just like, you stop playing that song. Edward says, who's going to pick up The Breakfast Club when it hits Criterion release in January? I'm just going to keep on my Blu-ray. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm just going to stick. I've got the VHS one from HMV, so I'm just going to stick with that.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I've got it on DVD. Yeah, I might get it if it goes really cheap, but what is it, like £23? Like, yeah, no way I'd pay that for it.
And what about you, Bumper?
No, I won't get it on a Criterion for 24 quid. I think if it'd been a standard studio release for 19.99 with a nice slipcover, then yeah, I might have grabbed it because I don't own any other version. But yeah, I'm not really going to bother with the Criterion price. I don't. But you'd rather see it in a sale. Great film, one that you should own, really, like, if you're a collector. But
yeah, it's just the pricing of Criterions that make it really struggle to justify the price.
And it's just not like a genre I gravitate to as much as I love the 80s coming of age, like John Hughes movies and things. Whenever I go into a store like HMV, I'm just so like dragged to the horror and the boutique horror and the Arrow and the things like that. It's just not a movie I've ever picked up. But like I said, a standard release would have been better, like a 1999er. But yeah.
Yes, I agree. DVD and Film Book says, I imagine someone saying DVD, are any of those movies you like? DVD, are there any movies you like your potential sculpt showed? What? Nah. It's your opinion, mate. You like what you like. Nothing bad about that. Dr. Impossible says, Electric Guide is a fascinating film. I could never see why people raved on about Easy Rider. Yeah, I've heard Easy Rider is a bit of a mixed film. Some people love it, some people hate it. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, it's not one of my favorites. It's got a great cast, but it's just one of them. I think it's very dated. I think of it as a 70s movie, but I think it's a late 60s film, technically.
Yeah, I think it is late 60s.
But it has this very sort of 70s feel to it. But yeah, it's a weird one. It's definitely a required taste.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? Seen it?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's very, very loose in terms of story. Like, it doesn't really have much of a story, but it does have a really good soundtrack. That's probably the best thing about it.
And what about you, Bumper? Have you seen it?
I've never seen Easy Rider. Electric Glide in Blue, I always remember the cover to that in the VHS shop. I think that's a 80s softcore porno-ish type film. They used to have like about 5 or 6 titles in my local video shop, like 9.5 weeks. And what's the other one, famous one, 9.5 weeks, like Emmanuel. Do you imagine if you've those? So I think that's Electric Glide in Blue, but no, I haven't seen either of them, mate.
Yeah. DVD from Bloke says, yeah, Easy Rider's dull. It's a movie made for stoners by stoners.
I should probably check it out then.
I hate the ending to it. I really do. I hate the way that movie ends without spoiling it.
Cora says to Radley, all the more power to you for liking Rob Zombie's Halloween. To be fair, I gave it a second chance. Something I can't say for Halloween 2018. DVD. Dr. Impossible says true DVD. Radley says Easy Rider was okay. Art house road movie. You had to pretend it was great to be in.
I think that's a good point. That because when you watch it, it's like I bet this must have been really fun to make, but to watch it's just a bit awkward.
Yeah. Yeah. It's more of a product of its time, if I'm right to say.
Yeah.
Cora says to Edward, is The Breakfast Club being re-released by Criterion? Yeah, in the UK it's early next year, Cora. DVD from Bloke, I find it easier to think of movies I hate but everyone else loves than movies I love but everyone else hates.
It's just such a strong word, hate, isn't it? I just watch a movie and it's either I will watch it again or I won't watch it again. Maybe like I don't waste my time hating movies, but there's a lot of toxic fandom in it. It does ruin some things. I'm not saying like that's happening here, but you know, there is a lot of toxic fandom, especially in the horror community, like in gatekeeping and whatever. You know, you know, if you don't like something, move on to the next thing. There's plenty there to watch. Like
I noticed, like in the Marvel franchise, a lot of more aggressive fans and hate for it now, and in Doctor Who, it's just like,
Doctor Who Wars, imagine that.
Oh dear.
Okay. But yeah.
Bradley says, Cora, I'm a big RC fan, Rob Zombie fan anyway. Love this movie, so I was probably more open to it than someone expecting a classic Halloween movie. Cora says, okay, that makes sense. I did like his House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah. Rejects.
Yeah, and Devil's Rejects. We've got Oceans here saying Friday the 13th, 2009 kind of feels like an extended Supernatural episode because Jared Padalecki is in it.
Yeah.
It's just good. Like, it's just got a good Jason in it. You know, there's certain things you look for in a good Friday the 13th movie, and that's a good Jason. Like, you know, he's able. Like, you know, some good kills in it. Like, you don't mess about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the opening to it's great as well. It goes on for a bit, but it's great. Yeah,
it's like a collage of the first three movies all wrapped up into one, and is good. The sleeping bag scene in that's good. Yeah.
I
remember I watched that when it first came out. I was so desperate to watch it. It came out in America a week early, so it was back in the day when people used to film it from the back of the cinema.
Yeah,
and when the opening scenes happen, it goes on for quite a bit, doesn't it? And then the title credits come up. The people in the cinema in America, you could hear them on this copy. Awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah. That's what it was like when I went to see it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jared Padalecki is a bit like cast in Supernatural, I suppose.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, hate is a strong word. Prefer rubbish. DVD Film Bloke says, Dr. Impossible, crap could work as well. Shit a tiny bit too strong.
Yeah. I don't really like to say films are shit when I don't like them, because at the end of the day, I've never made one. Don't really. It's someone's work, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's someone's whether it's good or bad, someone's put heart and soul into it, and
there's always going to be someone that likes it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Cora says, a wee tip for Anatomy of a Murder from Criterion. The new Sony 4K release has a new restoration from the original camera negative, whereas Criterion's Blu-ray is from the fine-grained master positive. Thanks for the tip, Cora. Rogue says Hitchcock made 52 films in his 60-year career. Wow.
And he never won an Oscar.
No.
Yeah.
That is mad.
Shocking.
52 films in 60 years.
My word. Rogue says 12 Angry Men is Sidney Lumet's first film.
I've got a film directed by Sidney Lumet. It's like a I don't know how to call it. It's like The Wizard of Oz, but it's like a black version from the 80s, like Diana Ross and
The Wiz.
Jackson.
The Wiz, yes.
I saw the German media book of it. That's directed by Sidney Lumet.
Yeah.
It's not good, unfortunately, but it's cool. It's a cool release, like the one, because it's got like a soundtrack with it and everything. But yeah, Whoever you know.
Isn't the Wizard Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
He's like the
I think
Scarecrow,
so.
Michael
Yeah,
Jackson.
he's a scarecrow, yeah.
Yeah.
He's only
I've
young
heard
in it.
of it.
I like young Michael Jackson before, any of the bloody plastic surgery or the mental health issues, just back when he was allowed to express himself. He's such a good singer and performer. But that film wasn't great, unfortunately, though.
Rogue says, Mr. Fritz Lang's films still hold up, especially Metropolis. Yeah, I've heard. DVD from Filmblock says around 52 still survive. I think Hitchcock's only lost feature film is his second film, The Mountain Eagle, and a lot of his shorts. Oh.
I noticed he done one. It's on the Arrow. I was always drawn to the cover on the Arrow label. I think it's called the Jamaican Inn or Jamaica Inn. And it's got like a ghostly tavern type thing on there, like on the sea cliffs. And I noticed that was directed by Alfred Hitchcock, but I looked a bit closer, but never seen it. If it was any good. Looks good though.
Yeah. I think I may have seen it a few years ago. I think it's based on a book. It's pretty good. I've seen two different versions. I've seen a TV version and a film version. The film version was black and white, so it might have been the Hitchcock one, and that was good.
Yeah, I might grab it one day.
Carl says Fritz Lang even holds up in a lean. I cannot even pronounce that, Carl. Lemapis. Dr. Impossible says The Big Heat is a great American crime drama with the superb Glenn Ford. Fritz Lang directed this film and it's beautifully shot. Sounds good. Anybody seen that one?
Yeah, I think it's on Indicator.
Was it?
Yeah.
Keep an eye out for that on the Indicator label then. DVD from Filmblock says I've seen 20 Hitchcock films and own 25. I don't think I will get them all, but plan to get the majority of them. Sounds good to me. Cora says The Big Heat is something else, considering when it was made. Hard stuff. Oh, when was it? 53. Oh, wow. Lee Marvin, Glenn Ford. Great cast. Cora says, I'm sure someone like Scorsese was inspired by it for his crime movies. Probably, yeah. Dr. Impossible says Spice was another great Lang film from 28 or 29. Can't remember now. Sounds good. Again, another one I haven't heard of. Cora says it's from 1928. He's back. Dr. Impossible says, yeah, The Big Heat is a remarkable piece of filmmaking, atmosphere and love. I will have to check it out. Dr. Impossible says, Coral, Lang did another interesting film called House by the River. That does ring a bell. Have you guys seen it?
No.
No.
Name rings a bell, but... Rogue says, favourite Charlie Chaplin film for me is either The Modern Times or The Great Dictator. I don't think I've seen many Charlie Chaplin films. Can't really remember.
No, they done the biopic, didn't they, in the late 90s? Who played him in that? I can't think.
Robert Downey Jr., didn't he?
There we are then, yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it's a good film, that.
Cora says, haven't seen that one. We'll keep an eye out for it. Cora says Halloween 6, The Jesus Cut. Dog Impossible says, I saw the film some time ago on Cora on BBC Two. I don't have it in my collection, but it's made me consider looking again. Lang was an remarkable director. Sounds like it. Cora says, I like his movies too. Have mostly seen his silent period ones. Rogue says... Oh, comments have gone weird. Rogue says, Easy Rider is really boring. I've heard mixed things. Dr. Impossible says, my Easy Rider Blue went straight in the fucking bin. Oh, I was thinking about getting that on Criterion, then I heard so many mixed feelings. I was like, do I risk that much on a Criterion? Nah.
I don't think I've ever had an experience where a film was that bad. I've taken out my player and chucked it in the bin. That must have been a bad film.
Carl says, puts on Easy Rider and enjoys it immensely. Oh, glad you enjoy it, Carl. We've got Edward here saying, what's your favourite Randall Park? He's an actor, right. Randall Park films, right.
I quite like Randall Park 2, The Lost World, but I don't know about you.
Is he a director or actor?
Oh yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, yeah. He plays Kim Jong Un in the interview.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Right. Apparently he's in Ant-Man and the Wasp, so I'll say that.
It says he was in WandaVision as well, but I'm not sure.
That's the cop guy from WandaVision.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
I'll probably say that as well. I do recognise him now. Yeah.
Strange actor to bring up, though. I didn't have much of a, filmography to go through. But
No. And what about you, Mike? Any Randall Park films you like?
To be honest, I've not even heard of him. I'm just looking at his filmography. I don't think I've seen anything that he's been in.
He's just most of his stuff is fairly recent over the past few years. He's been in a few superhero stuff, and that's about it. We've got Coral saying, I always blind bought movies and still do most of the time. I always love blind buying a film and just know nothing about it and then watch it and absolutely love it. That's always the best sort of blind buys. One of them for me had to be Thief. I didn't know nothing about it, watched it, absolutely loved it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a new film on Arrow called Two Witches. It's had a bit of quiet word of mouth, so I'm going to buy that without watching any trailers or reading any of the synopsis. I'm going to grab that Friday, like when I finish work. But I don't know if you've seen that Two Witches or you own it.
Yeah. Nigel was on the stream a couple of weeks ago. He watched it and he was raving about it, saying it was really good.
Yeah, I think he was one of the guys who I heard saying about it. But I'm trying to keep it as mysterious as I can. But obviously, I know there's a few people said it's quite good.
Yeah. Edward says, what's your worst Marvel movie of all time and what's your best Marvel movie of time? So are you going to say MCU? I'm going to assume that. Do you want to go first, Sandy?
Worst Marvel movie? Oh, God. I'm going to have to go with New Mutants. That movie just bored the living snot out of me. I think my favourite is probably going to have to be Infinity War.
Yeah.
That movie just earned all of the stakes that it had. I know obviously you've got to see like 20 odd movies before it, but yeah, it's just what a payoff.
It's incredible. The ending always gets me. Even though you know what's going to happen, you still think there's a slight chance they might win. It's just
I know Endgame wrapped things up, but it didn't do it in a very satisfying way with everything that it did. I just thought just the stakes in Endgame, just wow. Yeah. What a movie.
Yeah. Bumper, what about you?
I haven't seen New Mutants, although I've heard it's terrible, so that probably would be my worst, but I'd have to say the worst one, probably The Eternals. I don't think I'd ever be in a position where I have the motivation to watch that again. The best one, I do agree with Andy that Infinity War, it's the perfect accumulation of all the stuff that come before it, and the battle at the end on Wakanda when Thor turns up, like, I hit the roof there, the goosebumps on me, like, you know what I mean? But it was kind of spoiled by Endgame then not being that great. But I quite like the first Avengers movie, even though the guy who directed it is a bit of a bloody slime ball. I actually think that the first Avengers movie epitomizes comic book movies. Like, it's a good bit of fun, good bit of action, good bit of threat, good characters. and the journey is set up as well. So yeah, I think Avengers Assemble is my favourite, but Infinity War, it is a beast of a movie. Fair dues, like.
Great picks there, Vampire. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, granted, I've not seen every MCU movie yet, but I mean, when I say the worst, it wasn't like a bad movie, but it was probably the one I liked the least, and that was Age of Ultron. And the one I liked the most was Infinity War. I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, great picks there. For me, for worst one, to no surprise, is probably going to be Thor: Love and Thunder. I absolutely detest that film. I just cannot get into it. Also, Thor: The Dark World. That isn't that great either, but it's got to be Love and Thunder. That's the only one that I've come to near switching off for a Marvel film. My favourite, it's got to be Winter Soldier. I just love the spy espionage of it. I think it's such a clever film, great cast members, and such a thrilling sort of film. And it was quite different to all the other sort of Marvel films at the time.
Yeah, it's awesome film. Winter Soldier, fair dues. Chris Evans, like you talk about perfect casting, is just because before he'd done that as well, he was like a bit of a main player one. He had played the guy in Fantastic Four, and he was in The Losers. Have you seen that with Idris Elba? That's based on a comic book.
It's not a DC superhero thing, isn't it? DC comic book thing.
It's based on a comic book. They're like a ragtag A-team type thing. He's got that scene where he's going through the building singing Journey, Don't Stop Believing.
Yeah,
like
I think I can remember that.
But yeah, he's just awesome as the Captain. He like Winter Soldier, like he's at his peak doing that film.
Yeah,
I
can remember him in Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and this was before I knew of the American Chris Evans. I was half expecting the BBC 1% to be on there. I was like, where the heck is he? And it was just like, this guy. This isn't Chris Evans? What the fuck?
Yeah. But fair dues, he carried that franchise for Marvel. I know they had a lot of big characters like Spider-Man come in later on, but in the early days, like he was the draw one. Fair dues. Considering he wasn't the biggest in the comic book world, everybody loved Spider-Man and Wolverine, didn't they? Really
Yeah. I think his trilogy is the best of the sub-series of like superhero films in the MCU.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He was in that Not Another Teen movie as well. If anyone remembers that.
I remember
he was in that as well. Yeah.
Rogue Review says, I'm getting the Breakfast Club on Criterion day one, but as you know, Criterion is my favourite boutique label. It's cool, mate. Hope you enjoy the release. Carl says, is it a re-release by Criterion for the Breakfast Club? I think it's a first-time release over here, isn't it? I don't think it's ever been released on Criterion here.
Yeah, I think on the label it's the first time.
It's just a Blu-ray though, is it? It's not 4K, or is it a 4K?
I think it's a Blu-ray.
If it's only 23 quid, it's probably only a Blu-ray, yeah. I don't know.
Rogue says, I've also pre-ordered The Adventures of Baron Munchausen as well on Criterion. Yeah, I see that's up for pre-order.
Yeah, I love that film.
Yeah. Terry Gilliam as well, isn't it? I always forget Terry Gilliam directed that. It is a good film.
Yeah. It's one of the few of his I haven't seen yet, so may get that. Rogue says, no, it's a UK release of the Criterion Club, the Breakfast Club on Criterion. Previously, it's a US exclusive, Coral. All right, so first time over here on Criterion. Coral says, oh, okay, haven't realised that. Rogue says, every month in the UK we get 2 new titles and then 1 USA exclusive being ported into the UK on Criterion. Coral says, I know they just thought this already had been released in the UK previously by Criterion. Richard said, best ending for a movie you really enjoyed. Have a great time, everyone. So what's your favourite movie ending? Ooh.
I'm going to have to say Last Crusade.
Yeah. That's a fantastic ending. That's hard to disagree with that one. Bumper, what about you?
I'm trying to think of maybe a more personal choice, but the ending of Return of the Jedi is pretty, well revered as one of the best endings, isn't it? When all the ghosts are stood round and whatever, the dead Jedi's.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something better, but I don't know.
It's a hard one to think off the top of your head, isn't it? Without thinking about it really in depth. You got one, Mike?
Yeah, there's probably loads, and it's just trying to think of some that come to mind is like the ending to The Godfather Part 2 when like Fredo goes off in the boat.
Yeah.
It just gives me chills, that ending, like the music and everything. But also another one is like the ending to Halloween 3 with like Tom Atkins screaming down the phone, and then it just cuts to black. Like, gives me chills again.
Great picks. I do agree with Andy about The Last Crusade. Thinking off the top of my head, I'm thinking 7. I think that was a brilliant ending. I can't really think of anything else.
You've seen the film Buried with Ryan Reynolds when he's in the coffin, and you think they're digging him up, and then like the final scene, sort of you realise it's not like it's a grave somewhere else. It's pretty. Well, I wouldn't say I enjoyed it, but it's a good ending.
Dr. Impossible says, finally, Krzysztof Kowalski Blue Trilogy comes to Criterion 4K, plus Dazed and Confused in February in the US. I see Dazed and Confused been announced. That's good.
Yeah, Dazed and Confused, yeah.
Rogue says, in the Criterion community, there's a problem with gatekeeping. I remember when Wall-E was announced to be coming in the collection, people went mental saying that Pixar trash isn't real cinema, so not good. Well, I'm glad to see them trying to do a bit of Disney. Maybe some of that. Pardon?
I was going to say, in all honesty, Criterion, it might be like the arty boutique label, but you can't call Pixar trash. You can't say every film on Criterion's good, can you really? Like, just because it's released on that label, but they got some duds.
Yeah, there's a few hidden gems on Disney that I think could be perfect for a Criterion release.
Yeah.
Ocean says, do you think these days collectors care too much about slipcovers and steelbooks than the actual film they're buying? I feel like I'm seeing this behaviour way too often now. I think with slipcovers, they're really nice. They're a nice little extra, and it is a shame when they don't come with a film, especially if you're buying a 4K, mainly due to the expense, or if it's your favourite film and it doesn't come with a slipcover. But at the end of the day, it is the film we're buying it for. But it's a nice little extra, I'd say. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I can take or leave slipcovers if I'm honest. My only issue I have with them is if I'm buying a franchise and I've got some with and some without. That's when it really winds me up. But if it's standalone movies, I can take or leave them.
Bumper?
A bit like Andy just said, you just want it to be uniform, don't you? Like, I remember when Beverly Hills Cop came out on 4K with a slipcover, and Beverly Hills Cop 2 came out without a slipcover. So you put them on the shelf next to each other, and they look stupid. So that's all you want, is it to be uniform. Either give us a slip or don't. But what I don't like about slipcovers is the way they dangle it like a carrot. Like, buy the first 1,000 of this movie and get the slipcover. Or if you don't buy the first 1,000, feel like a bloody scrubber because you couldn't get it. Like, you know what I mean? I just think either do it with a slip or do it without a slip, but don't use it as a tool to charge more for the release or make people rush out to buy it quicker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree there. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same really. I can take or leave slipcovers. But yeah, if it's a franchise, I'd like them to be uniform.
I agree. Cara says to Doctor, is that one of Sugar Lump in the Coffee movies, or is that Le Double Vie de Vonacry? Terrible pronunciation.
It's way too
Double
late
life.
to try to understand that.
Yeah, the double wife of Veronique.
Doctor Impossible says, and Coral Criterion are releasing Romeo and Juliet by Franco Zeffirelli in 4K. That's cool. Coral says, is that a real 4K release or a 4K restoration on Blu-ray? Peter says, I think some collectors seem to care too much about the content on the brown plastic thing you get inside when you buy a slipcover. It's a beer coaster, isn't it? DVD from Film Bloke says, Dr. Impossible, I know this is related to the Easy Rider comic, but I'm picturing it looking like the bit where Homer Bins paints your wagon after finding out it's a musical. I can remember that. Dr. Impossible, Irene Jacob was in The Double Life of Veronica. I haven't seen it in a long time, Coro. It's good that you mentioned that film. Rogue says, Easy Rider is a 95-minute movie that feels like a 3-hour long one, whilst The Wolf of Wall Street is a 3-hour movie that feels like a 95-minute one. It's mental, isn't it? Wow. DVD and Film Book agrees. Carl says, yes, she is. Pretty Lady she was, maybe still is. That one is also released on 4K. Nice. DVD from Film Bloke says, speaking of Paint Your Wagon, I always find it funny when I sing Paint Your Wagon in a chat and no one realises it's from The Simpsons. Yeah. Isn't Paint Your Wagon Wandering Star, that song? I'm pretty certain it is. It's been a while since I've seen that film.
Yeah.
Andy Like Stuff says, have any of you seen the Marx Brothers films? For me, the early ones, Duck Soup, are far ahead of their time for comedy. I haven't seen none of the Marx Brothers films. You seen any, Andy?
Yeah, I've seen Night at the Opera and Day at the Races and Duck Soup. Yeah, they're really good fun. I think Duck Soup, it's only like an hour long. I think it's not very long at all.
Oh, that's good to hear. You seen any, Bumper?
No, I know. I think Arrow done a set today a while ago. Action. I like the sort of animation style on the cover and everything, but no. What are they? Just slapstick comedy? Are they black and white slapstick comedies?
Yeah, Groucho Marx is very sort of like his humor is very witty. Like he's always cracking one-liners and stuff like that. But Groucho and Harpo, they're more like the slapstick.
Yeah.
Type of humor.
Yeah, I'd check them out if I had the chance. Okay.
I've seen a few of them on Harrow, so I'll probably give them a go in a sound.
Yeah.
You seen any, Mike?
I've only seen Duck Soup. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
DVD Public says there's no songs about painting wagons for some reason. DVD Public says to Andy, I need to watch more Marx Brothers stuff. Same here. Cora says the Marx Brothers movies are fucking fantastic and Groucho is a boss.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible, thank the film gods you're here, Coro. I'm naked, beating my back with bits of Cornish slow bush right now, your cultural master of film.
Great.
DVD for Film Bloke says Groucho Marx birth those glasses.
Yeah.
Peter says to me, when I watch Avengers, Scarlett Johansson's ass is like the main character of the film. It just looks perfect. There it is, Peter. Carl says, Doctor, you're lucky I haven't stopped yapping about porn yet. Seth says to Peter, I hope we are still going to run away together and eat our weight in Swedish chocolate. Cora says, Doctor, also, why the fuck weren't you on my live stream last weekend? Pete says, yeah, just don't tell Jason. Soph says, our secret, haha. Why the comments are going weird. Dr. Impossible says, porn is too intellectual for me, too much in and out. Worst kept secret ever, yes. Leon exposed us. Dr. Impossible's laughing at Dr. DVD and Film Bloke is laughing at Dr. Impossible. Peter says there needs to be a leaked Scarlett Johansson sex tape. Fuck's sake. What? I was not expecting that tonight, Peter. Carl says to Doctor, my mum always says about porn, if you've seen one, you've seen them all. Actually, that's what my mum says as well, to be fair. Dr. DVD and Film Bloke says to Carl, that's so true. It's all in and out repeatedly until you reach the climax. Fuck. Dr. Impossible says, always thought Whitney Wonders was a pop star. I dare not search her up.
No.
Peter says, Cora, I guess your mum would have actually seen every single porn to know that Cora's mum is officially really into porn.
Have you seen that stupid comedy that Adam Sandler produced a few years ago? Me and my mates used to watch it. It's a bit of like a stoner comedy. It's called Bucky Larson. It's like this boy, and he leaves like a small Midwest American town to like become a porn star like his parents. The guy in it, he's so funny. If you Google it, Bucky Larson, and he's got these goofy teeth. You would have seen him in other films, but he's just so hilarious. The film is Christina Ricci's in it. Like, it is worth watching if you've never seen it.
Oh.
Okay.
I have to keep an eye out for that one. Oh.
It's funny.
Seb says to Cora, will he be going live anytime soon? Cora says, no, fuck that shit. Oh, Cora, I enjoyed your stream the other night. It was good. Seb said, why? Carl says, so because I've got better things to do with my life, like harassing people on Twitter. Oh dear. Peter says, Seven does have a brilliant ending. I remember seeing that film for the first time, and you're sort of counting down the 7 deadly sins. I'm wondering how the film was going to end. Yeah. Seb says, fair enough to Carl. Dr. Impossible says, sounds interesting, Carl. They must think you're a spam bot from Twitter. Carl says, so sorry was being unfair. Truth is, it really depressed me afterwards, so that's why I'm not going to go live stream anytime soon. It's understandable, man, but if you ever want to come on here, mate, you're more than welcome. Be great to chat to you. Seth says to Coro, no, you're fine. Sorry to hear that. Awkward silence, lol, says Peter. Coro says, no, I was being a dick and it was uncalled for. Seth says, Carl, you're fine. You're not a dick. Carl says, thanks. Peter says, is Carl's dick going to do a live stream? Wait, what? These comments. Dodger Impossible says Electric Glide in Blue is a police drama film, and it's about a cop who wants to get promoted but gets shortchanged by his superiors. Oh.
You must have been getting it confused with something different then.
I will have to give that one a quick check out. And the final comment is from Cora saying, oh, how I wish my mum was a porn star. What a comment.
Yeah.
What a comment to end on. But yeah, we are at the end of the comments now, and we've just hit over 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, porn chat must be play fuckers streams. Yep. Yeah, that's what Peter calls me. But yeah, we're coming to the end of the comments now. So yeah, I think we'll finish it up for tonight. Been over 4 hours, and it's been a lot of fun. Thank you ever so much, Bumper, for joining the stream. It's been great having you back on.
No problem at all, mate. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody at home. Really appreciate you all watching. And thank you, Andy and Mike, for joining me as always.
Cheers, Pete.
Yeah. So BBD from Film Bloke says good night if that's the end. So yeah, thanks ever so much for watching, everybody. Everybody's links in the description down below, so if you go and give them a sub, that'll be great. They've all got brilliant channels. And we'll see you all next week, where our special guest will be John from Mondo Chellebeck Movies. So till next time, bye.
Bye.
Bye.